Hang on, Twitter. I'll be darned. I'm here. Hello. Twitter's still doing its thing. It won't let me stream. It won't let Moose stream either. Okay, well, welcome. This is my stream for the day. I'm not gonna talk long. I'm gonna talk a little bit and then do a limited open panel. I'm gonna try something new where I have just a few people on at a time. If I get like 2 or 3 people that want to have a really in-depth conversation about a similar topic or something like that. I'm trying something where, because usually I turn the camera on and I start talking, and the people really don't start showing up till like 5 or 10 minutes in. So I'm trying to do like a little warm up to give people time to show up before I just jump into a topic. Hey, Philip. So things like checking the news, which I'm about to do. Of course, there's very much about Trump. This headline is saying, it's from Fox News, Democrat push to replace Biden is over after Trump assassination attempt. Again, it's just the one source. I don't know what it means. It sounds like just their opinion. So it's probably going to be Biden and Trump, or the one or both of them that are still left by the end of this, hopefully. So we'll see what happens. And the RNC thing is next week. And that's when he announces the VP. 6, you think? And so much of it depends on like how many people are active talkers versus listeners that occasionally interject. Because I don't like, Chuck will stay in the background and listen, and he'll pop in when he has something to say. So he's easy to keep on a panel. Like 2 or 3 Chucks on a panel, I don't think hurt a panel. But if you really want the panel to be just conversation, and everybody get more or less a chance to say their piece. When I used to do groups, depending on the conversation, yeah, I'd say no more than 5 or 6, maybe 7, depending on the. When I did the philosophy club, we had usually we had one professor that would lead it, and there might have been, I'm sure, no more than 8, 9, 10. And we sat around a table, and we were there for probably a couple of hours, hour and a half or an hour. And then, like in Greece, I'm thinking of the symposia, the drinking / talking philosophy parties. He has my endorsement. It surprises me how many people on Twitter saw the fist pump as like fake showmanship, like he was that calculating in the moment that he saw an opportunity to do something really phony to get what the Trump thing, the news in general lately, the panel verse for sure is there's one common theme emerging that I'm kind of noticing that it's sharpening for me, and it's Dunning-Kruger is what it is. This is a perfect example of Dunning-Kruger, and this is why I avoid it and step back from it so carefully and consistently. It's people thinking not only how accurate they think they are at predicting what's inside the mind of another human being, like motivation, thoughts, feelings, but the idea that they can even do it in the first place. Like, not even that they think they're good at, but just the idea that they have this access to it. I know in law, you have to be it's the mens rea, you have to be very meticulous in proving intent and something like intent. And here are people that can hear somebody on a panel to watch a video, and they know better than the person talking or the person that did the action what's in their head, etc. They don't. It's Dunning-Kruger. It's confidence and ignorance. They're so confident that their knowledge is the peak of knowledge, and it's actually like just that end of that Dunning-Kruger curve before the actual knowledge starts. Which my knowledge of people comes from, because I was really bad at it growing up, believe it or not. It comes from watching people and experiencing them, and more than anything, fighting with it. If I fight with you, I'm gonna know your inner soul better than any other person, other than maybe other people you fought with. That's just I learned from emotion. I learned from conflict. We're gonna talk about emotion today. Okay, before I get into that, also, if you are a game player, the good kind, and interested in D&D, Moose and I tonight are, we might meet and do characters and talk about what kind of campaign we want to do. So if you're interested in being part of that, get with us on Discord or something like that. We'll give you the info. So D&D gamers, if you're interested tonight, it might happen. At least the initial meeting to figure out how we want to do the game. Okay, hedgehogs, porcupines. Actually, this is I've always liked this. It comes from Schopenhauer. It's a little parable from Schopenhauer, the German philosopher. He was a pessimist. he had to talk about black-pilled. He had a very black-pilled outlook on all of reality, and all of life, and all of existence, and the entire universe. He thought it was pretty much just blind will, that we were all at the mercy of. None of us could do anything about it. The best thing to do would just be to detach from it as much as you can and hope for it to end as soon as possible. Hey, Daniel Berry. But he developed this little parable to kind of to illustrate his observations about the individual in relation to society and groups. So I'm going to read it. It's from Wikipedia. I'll put the link. And as I read it, just kind of keep the panel verse in mind, or whatever groups you're in, but certainly the panel verse, because I think we are finding ourselves in this hedgehog's dilemma quite often. Or I am for sure these days, but I notice it in general in the panel verse. Ever since Pluto shifted into his anus or whatever, that's when I noticed a spike in all of this. I don't think it's dropped off since. So let's hear about. They call it the hedgehog's dilemma because Freud adapted it and modified it as the hedgehog's dilemma. But Schopenhauer, who originated it, for him, it was porcupines, and I know it as porcupines. And porcupines' quills are longer and sharper anyway, so I think porcupine is a better animal to use. Okay, here's Schopenhauer on the porcupine dilemma. One cold winter's day, a number of porcupines huddled together quite closely in order, through their mutual warmth, to prevent themselves from being frozen. But they soon felt the effect of their quills on one another, which made them again move apart. Now, when the need for warmth once more brought them together, the drawback of the quills was repeated, so that they were tossed between these two evils until they had discovered the proper distance from which they could best tolerate one another. Thus, the need for society, which springs from the emptiness and monotony of men's lives, drives them together. That's loneliness and isolation. That's one of the two evils. So that's what drives the porcupines to come together in the first place, to get that human warmth, that community. But their many unpleasant and repulsive qualities and insufferable drawbacks once more drive them apart. The mean distance, when they finally discover, and which enables them to endure being together, is politeness and good manners. In this context, I would translate it to civil conversation, Socratic dialogue. Whoever does not keep to this is told in England to keep his distance. By virtue thereof, it is true that the need for mutual warmth will be only imperfectly satisfied. will never achieve that true intimacy, that true community that we long for and crave. But on the other hand, the prick of the quills will not be felt. So if you avoid and isolate, you at least won't keep getting stung by other people. Yet whoever has a great deal of internal warmth of his own will prefer to keep away from society in order to avoid giving or receiving trouble or annoyance. And that is certainly where I am. I, believe it or not, I am a sadomasochist in the bedroom, but I am a Satanist. I'm not a sadistic person. I don't think I'm a particularly mean person, although I can be. I don't like seeing people in pain. I don't like seeing people suffer, especially if it comes from me. And so when my quills are poking people, and I don't know what to do about it, because it's just me being me. I'm not deliberately trying to make my quills poke. I hate that feeling. I hate it almost more than anything. It just makes me want to crawl out of my skin. And so I am immediately motivated to take myself out of that situation as quickly as possible. If my quills are bothering you, but I can't really do that on my own stream. I can't take myself off of my own stream. And so in that case, the dilemma is solved by the other porcupines having to be the ones to go back to the isolation or go seek the warmth somewhere else. I remembered a story from my childhood. I was probably 19 or 20. I was out of high school. And my sister had this friend that stayed over. It was very common for friends to spend at each other's house. So my sister had all these girls always over at the house. And for some reason, this night, it was like in the afternoon or the evening, and she was there by herself. It was just me and her in the house. And she was in my sister's room getting ready or doing something. I guess my sister was going to come home later or something. And I was in the living room listening to some music. And for some reason, I was in the mood for Diana Ross and the Supremes. And I love me some Supremes. And so I was getting into it. It was their greatest hits, Baby Love, Kate Hurry Love, Reflections of, all that stuff. And after a while, after like 3 or 4 songs, the girl came out of her room and she was in tears, like just bawling. And she said, she begged me, she said, "Can you please not listen to the Supremes?" Now, this girl had lost her mother at an early age, and she had been, she was raised by her father. And her mother were close. And her mother, that was her mother's favorite group. And hearing it through the walls in my sister's room was making her think about her mom and relive her memories. And, I don't like being told what to do or what songs I could listen to or any of that stuff. And when she told me that, I wrestled. There was this little battle like, well, then I can turn it lower or put some earplugs in, but I have the right to listen to the music I want to listen to, etc. And that lasted about half a second, because seeing her in the kind of pain I saw her in, I truly would have been a demon if I continued to play the Supremes, knowing that was the effect it was having on her. So I am not completely heartless. I am not completely cruel. I do have a line at which some kind of empathy or sympathy kicks in, and I don't like when my quills are causing that kind of pain to other people. My goal here is to help. I'm trying to minimize the amount of social friction. I appreciate the virtue of growth through conflict, if that's able to happen. But this quill thing is a little something different. And another thing I want to talk about, kind of along these lines, is I was looking at Wikipedia. The thing I experience in these situations that's kind of becoming a pattern at this point, the dominant emotion, I would say, is frustration. And so I started looking at the Wikipedia article on frustration, and I kind of just want to hit some highlights of that. And then it led me to thinking about emotion in general, because I have a completely different relation to emotion. That it seems like 99.999% people on the planet do. And mine feels completely normal for me. So it's probably not going to change or anything. But, and then even that goes back to the Greeks, because I remember in reading about the Greeks, they had more of what I would call the normative relationship to emotion that modern society has. It was something mysterious, something powerful, it's something that came upon you. In the earlier ages of Greece, they were the gods themselves. And it was something mysterious, something to maybe be feared or at least be cautious with. And for me, emotions are almost like bodily processes. Like when your stomach gurgles or when you sneeze, or they're not these mysterious forces. They're these physiological chemical reactions going off. They're completely normal. I don't know why people act like they're these mysterious entities that suddenly take over, invade, and possess a person. So I was thinking about that. So I want to look at a little bit about emotion in general, but let's look at frustration first. It says in psychology, frustration is a common emotional response to opposition. It's related to anger, annoyance, and disappointment. And I've talked before about, I call it autism. Like when I think I am interacting in a situation that's normal and all of a sudden like conflict or friction start, it's like the bull in the china shop feeling. And I have no idea, and I know it was me. I just have no idea what I said. I have no idea what about the me. And so I go into this state of, I call it confusion, and it's a very painful, it's like a mentally painful state. It's uncomfortable, it's unpleasant. I try to get out of it as soon as I can. It's just subjectively mental agony for me. And it was presented to me once that feeling is actually a combination of frustration and disappointment. It's a complex emotion made up of more targeted, discrete emotions. And so it's interesting to see disappointment show up here as a component of frustration. Frustration arises from the perceived, in this case, perception is reality, which is so often the case. Frustration arises from the perceived resistance to the fulfillment of an individual's will or goal, and is likely to increase when a will or goal is denied or blocked. There are two types of frustration, internal and external. The internal type arises from challenges. That is the internal frustration. I feel that all the time, especially with my dyspraxia, when I'm trying to like manipulate physical objects and I drop them, or I'm clumsy, or I cut myself or whatever. I know it's because of my nervous system and its defects, and I just get so frustrated at not being able to do the simplest things. Instinctual drives, needs, all that. And then there's the external. Oh, and it says this about conflict. Hang on. Such as lack of confidence or fear of social situations. Conflict, such as when one has competing goals that interfere with one another, can also be an internal source of frustration or annoyance. Or even like I said with the girl and the Supremes, I was caught in like a fork in the road. So it wasn't conflict between two people. It was an internal conflict of, do I keep listening to the Supremes? Do I stop playing the Supremes in deference to what she's going through? And so that was like a brief moment of internal conflict. But someone presented conflict to me once as two people who want different things. Like it's as simple as that. Fundamentally, that's all conflict really has to be. So the conflict, or the internalization of conflict, or your subjective experience of the conflict, can also be an internal source of frustration. And then the external sources involve conditions outside of an individual's control, such as like a physical roadblock, the difficulty of an external task, the perception, again, of time being wasted. And there's multiple ways people handle frustration. Some handle it passive aggressively. some through anger or violence. And listen to this. Speaking of the positive disintegration that we've been talking about, frustration may also propel positive processes via enhanced effort and strive. That frustration can drive you to overcome and master the thing that you're frustrated about. So this broad range of potential outcomes makes it difficult to identify the original cause of frustration, as the responses may be indirect. However, a more direct and common response is a propensity towards aggression. I think that the emotions, I don't think I've ever had a single emotion in my entire life. I think I'm pretty emotionally intelligent. That was not in response to a stimulus or a perception or interpretation around a stimulus. I've never had an emotion just spontaneously come on me for no reason. It was always a reaction to something, a response to something. And it was one that made sense if you were seeing or experiencing the something as I was from my point of view. I don't have like irrational emotions that. So all of my emotions make sense. They seem to be the same emotions that other people have in similar situations. So when I'm having an emotion, I don't question it. I've learned to trust my emotions. I'm having it for a reason. It's almost always a very good reason. It's trying to protect me, warn me, propel me, drive me, whatever it's trying to do. But there's a total logic to it that I've never had to doubt, or that's never has never let me down yet. I'm very aware of my emotions and what to do with them. The problem is for some people, and again, I think some of this is cultural. There's an intensity, whatever that is, or that means something to them different than what it means to me. And I had a friend told me, he he told me one day, he was a very good friend, he knew me very well. He said, Jeff, you're like a dryer plug. I said, a dryer plug? What does that mean? He said, well, you have the normal extension cord, like the normal extension cord, you just plug into the socket, the 180 AC. And then he said, you have like the big outdoor orange indoor outdoor ones with the 3-prong adapter. And he said, you have those big giant round ones that come on dryers, and they have to have that special socket in the wall that's like this big to plug it in. He said, I'm like a dryer plug. And when I try to plug into smaller sockets, you just don't do that with those kind of plugs. And I have to find the dryer plug sockets because of my intensity. And he couldn't really describe what intensity was, but he also said that I'm really good with people. And this was before COVID or Zoom or stream, YouTube or anything. He said, but it would be really great someday if you could work with people from behind a screen, because I think your intensity sometimes interferes with that. And I said, like behind glass, like have a piece of glass between me. And he's like, yeah, something like that. I feel like a leper. I feel like an emotional leper. Like I have to be quarantined. Like when you visit somebody in prison and then they have to come talk to me through the little telephone with the little glass in front of it. And to me, if I need to be behind glass, I'm not in the right environment. But then I kept thinking over the last few years how ironic that was, that I'm actually working with people behind glass, and it is actually my zone. It is where I belong. Another irony is it doesn't seem to be cutting down on this intensity thing any less either. It still seems to be there. So I don't know if the glass is helping. But it says about frustration that it originates from feelings of uncertainty and insecurity, which stems from a sense of inability to fulfill needs. Absolutely, yes. And that uncertainty, that insecurity, that's that confusion I was talking about. In conversation, my needs are to understand and hopefully be understood. I've learned through experience to focus on me trying to understand them, because their ability to understand me, I can't always rely that it's going to be at the same level of my ability to understand them. So I tend to put the emphasis on trying to understand them, and I try really, really hard. But when I think I'm around people that I think or believe have the ability to understand me, I kind of assume some amount of reciprocity. So it's again that Northrop Frye quote: a genuine personality trying to communicate assumes a similar personality on the other end, and wherever it is spoken, it creates community. So when that falls apart or breaks down in ways that I can't figure out or understand, the emotions kick in. The uncertainty, the insecurity, the confusion, the anger, annoyance, disappointment, everyone that they listed. If the needs of an individual are blocked, uneasiness and frustration are more likely to occur. Again, Wikipedia doesn't know me from anybody. It's just describing a natural, generic human process as far as I'm concerned. And they have references and footnotes with sources. When these needs are constantly ignored or unsatisfied, anger, depression, loss of self-confidence, annoyance, aggression, and sometimes violence. In this case with me, you don't have to worry about violence, and especially behind a screen. And that's another thing. There's a stigma that strong emotion, particularly maybe in males, could be a marker of violence. And I think that is completely ridiculous and unfair. And this came up at my last job before I got fired. I have zero history of violence. I am not a physical danger whatsoever. I don't care how high my emotion's getting. You never have to worry about me hitting, slapping, punching, whatever. I got my nose broken. I was in a fight once and got my nose broken. The guy hit it like 5 or 6 times. And it never once crossed my mind to even throw a punch back. Like the whole time I was in shock. I had like dissociated. I was like psychoanalyzing the situation. And he was like standing there in front of me yelling. He was drunk and probably on cocaine. And he punched, and I felt something hit my nose, and I'm like, wow, that felt kind of like a punch in the nose. And then he punched again, and I'm like, I think that was a punch. I think this guy's hit me in the face. And then he just kept punching. And the whole time I'm just like, why is this guy hit me in the face? What kind of childhood did this person have that he goes around punching people? And the whole time he's just like pounding on me and blood's poured out of my face. And my friend had to get between and pull us apart. Like I had no instinct to react back at all. None, zero. So I think that's a myth. That's a prejudice. There was a lot of myths and prejudice around gay people at a certain point in time. I think there's a lot of myths and prejudice around males. I think the actions of females, like a large amount of males, are being painted with a very broad brush. By that, that's why I'm against these generalizations I hear on here in general. So it says needs can be blocked different ways, internally and externally. Internal blocking happens within an individual's mind, either through lack of ability, confidence, conflicting goals. Those are your doubts, your insecurities, your imposter syndromes, the stories you tell yourself that can sabotage you, etc. Fear. External blocking happens to an individual outside their control, such as the examples we talked about, especially when those roadblocks or challenges were unexpected, or if the individual expected the goal easy to accomplish. Frustration is usually less when an individual expected or knew beforehand that the goal would be challenging. Right. It's the being caught by surprise. It's the thinking. I call it the capsizing of the canoe. I think we're all on this happy little canoe trip, and suddenly something causes the canoe to capsize. And I think we're all experienced canoers. So I don't see it coming from this particular canoeing group. And when it happens, it catches me by surprise every time, because I think I'm with people that have the same intellectual values I do and know how to keep it from happening, or know how to get out of it when it happens. And also, I want to say that for the most part, I think I'm pretty good at conversation. I think I listen and try to understand, and I think I communicate my end of it very well. I have years and years of streams of video evidence of me doing just that. So there's the narrative that people that's been put out there, and that I refuse to internalize, that if it keeps happening over and over, the problem must be me. I'm the common denominator. But if it's not happening with 90-something% of people, and it's happening with only some people, it can't just be me. It's got to be a combination of me and these people. Like the pattern's got to be some intersubjective incompatibility. So I don't want to internalize it as fundamentally a Jeff problem. Some people are predisposed towards feeling of frustration. Yes, right. With the neurodivergence, particularly like the ADHD, the emotional regulation, executive functioning, that's always weak in us. And it can also be part of temperament. And there was one other thing about it. Oh, there's something called frustration tolerance. Frustration tolerance is one's ability to resist becoming frustrated when facing difficult tasks. Having a low frustration tolerance is related to trait anger, and having a higher level is related to lower levels of anger and longer persistence on difficult tasks. It's very common in neurodivergent circles for us to have low frustration tolerance, particularly in our areas of deficit. For me, it's like doing physical tasks. I get frustrated very easily. I'm not a visual person, so shopping tires my brain out very quickly. I can only look at a variety of items for so long, and then my brain just shuts down. It's time to go home and try again another day. Social frustration. We talked about that trait reactance one day, that strong resistance to being told what to do or controlled or micromanaged. This is all common in autism and ADHD kids. The child with high frustration tolerance can deal with repeated challenges. They can stay calm under the challenges. They can stay grounded in their emotions. The child with low frustration tolerance can be quick to experience frustration. They can escalate very quickly when asked to perform tasks of even moderate difficulties. And then I just wanted to do this one thing on emotion, mainly just show this chart or a couple of charts. Hang on. And then I'll look at comments. This is called the Plutchik wheel. It just categorizes all these emotions: rage, anger, annoyance, loathing, disgust, boredom, grief, sadness, amazement, terror, fear, admiration. This is how diverse and rich the emotional palette is. Humans have these emotions all the time. Humans throughout history it's a kaleidoscope of emotions. These are all normal. Every single one of them are bodily processes. They make up, this is the emotional layer of being human. They make up, this is part of our heritage as humans, whether it's biological, bestial, divine, psychological, ordinary, whatever. I think we need to destigmatize emotion and the fear or confusion or whatever this, I don't know, this superstition around emotion that we have. And then one other chart. Oh, I guess, no, that is the chart. Hang on, maybe this one. No, that's pretty much the point I wanted to make. All right, I'm going to put the link in and open up the panel and then check up on comments. Oh my God, my voice is going out. Oh yeah, and if you didn't catch it before, we're doing D&D tonight. We're going to get together and think up a game and make characters and stuff. So if you want to be part of that, let me know. Or Moose. All right, let me get this going. And again, I'm going to. Why is it this working? It won't let me pin it for some reason. I'm going to experiment with being very discerning about who I let on for a while. It's people that I think I can rely on to have the type of conversations that we've been having here, with the minimum of communication breakdowns. And I want to try to get 2 or 3 people. So if we have a good conversation going, I may or may not let additional people up. And this is experimental, so we'll see how it goes. All right. Let's see. Yeah, Chuck, I find you very, very competent at having conversations. And as long as you're getting to say what you want to say, I don't want you to be holding back just out of politeness. But I don't really feel like you do. You seem to speak up when you have something relevant to say. Oh, right. That's another thing. I was talking about my end of it, like how much I hate being the needle that pokes somebody else. But you're right. I don't understand if you have needles poking you, why you keep staying around that hedgehog. Like, go move. There's a basic instinct of like self-preservation, emotional and psychological self-preservation. That's why I don't go on all these troll panels where I'm constantly getting poked by needles. Yeah, I didn't claim that it was an academic source. It was a description of frustration. It was referenced and footnoted. If anybody wants to come and challenge it, change my mind. I'm open to having it changed. I didn't put it out as dogma. You will very rarely see me do dogma here. At the most, you'll hear me say something like, "In my experience," or "All the times I've done this," or "The people that I've worked with have," or what I've seen from history. So it's usually rooted in my experience of something, what I've accumulated about it. Yeah, and there's they now have like flight, fright, or I'm gonna do it. Flight, fight, or freeze, and which is kind of that, like, that's what happened when I got my nose busted. That was freeze. I didn't have fight or flight. I just froze. And they also have fawn now, which is an instinct to like propitiate your whatever the stimulus that you're, instead of fighting or fleeing it, you try to appease it and submit to it. And I think they have a fifth one now, but I don't remember what it is. I'm almost always fight. If something's coming at me, my instinct is to hit back harder than it's hitting on me. I remember that when I was little, and I had a best friend. We were probably in 5th or 6th grade. And I remember he went through an almost mental health crisis one day. He got so mad with God, and he was in his bedroom, and he was like, "God, if you don't get your fucking ass down here right now and explain," I don't know, something he was perplexed about. He just felt like something was really fucked up about the world. He said, "I'm gonna walk away from the religion, everything," and it played out over a week. It wasn't just a one-time incident, and that was like he worked through that. He was able to like get out of his logjam and turn a corner and kind of get on a different path through working out his frustration through this. And he was a believer too. So like for him to do that, he really thought he was taking on God and challenging God. That's the point it got him at. He's also Cajun, South Louisiana. Let's see. It's a ripoff to charge you more in my. Yeah, the thing last night was reading how a lot of the people in the like there it's there. I've learned since 2020 really that how these events start to spin off narratives and the kind of the patterns that they start to take. So watching, and when Trump got elected, because I was part of that Russiagate narrative for 4 years, and watching the narrative spin, we saw it start to happen even here on the stream, and watching them spin. It's like when like tornadoes, and they spin into bigger tornadoes, and they start gallivanting across the land. That's what I'm watching these narratives do. And it's so interesting to compare the tornadoes coming out of the left from the tornadoes coming around the right. Knowing that my truth orientation is the correspondent type, the right, and even if it's subjective, the right narratives are way more correspondent to what I myself witnessed, observed, and experienced in all those videos we saw last night. The left are seeing a completely different universe. And a lot of those psychological assumptions, why somebody did something, what they were thinking when they did it, etc., is also coming out of the left. Welcome, Philip.
Mic check.
Yeah. Is mine working, by the way?
Yes. It's working great.
They keep...
It always it triggers me to see your mic cord all bent like that, oh, it triggers me so
I know.
bad.
I can't move it though because it's gonna that connection's on its last little leg.
But
And it's
welcome,
gonna
friend.
short out.
Welcome. It's a good topic. I like it. It's an interesting concept. I've never heard of the hedgehog theory.
Yeah, we have to. It's finding the comfortable distance, and I think that's the solution. I was. It came to me in the context of community building, and the solution to what's been happening, I think, is finding a comfortable distance. I don't think it's complete avoidance, but I don't think it's constantly staying on the same panels for hours and hours and hours and intensifying this pointless conflict. I think it's finding a comfortable distance where communication and community can happen, and the distance is going to be different from individual to individual. It's each individual finding that comfortable distance for themselves. And once we all find it in relation to each other individual, there may be more cohesiveness to the community.
I'm tend to noticing about 4 to 5 hours is my peak interest level I can do. After that, I'm like, oh, I'm losing interest. It's hard for me to stay focused. I start twitching, start moving more.
Just like a brain limitation, bandwidth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's my limit. Because you guys did a super stream the other day, and that was pretty impressive, bro.
Last night, I came on in the afternoon. Somebody, just after the Trump thing happened, and somebody's like, dude, you ought to throw up a stream. I'm like, yep, that sounds like a good idea. And it was like 2 something in the morning by the time I got off. And I did not expect when I sat down that afternoon that I was going to be in that chair for 9.5 hours. But I just went where the conversation was going.
I was curious, how much did you eat during that stream?
Nothing. I did like one little TV dinner, and then way later in the night, I went and did another little TV dinner, and that was it. Because when I'm focused, I was locked in. That was me in that zone, that monotropism. And I was locked in for 9.5 hours. And when I'm locked in, I don't think about food, eat, pee, water, anything. I'm like, all those signals get minimized and downplayed, and my body doesn't pick up on them.
Well, don't forget, don't turn off the signal to take care of yourself. That's important.
I know that is.
There's a theory out there that if you eat the right food out there, it helps regulate your emotions better because your body isn't worrying about or stressing or trying to compensate for a vitamin or mineral that is needed in the brain to help regulate, regulate emotions. So your diet helps reduce the stress your body is trying to produce and regulate everything. So
I will say that
and I've turned
when I'm eating healthy, like when I'm at peak nutrition and can do fresh food and all that kind of stuff, I do generally feel like physically, I absolutely feel better and more energized, but mentally, I feel a lot better when I'm eating optimally. There's definitely a relationship between nutrition and mental state.
Yes. So on those long streams, I just recommend brother plan a snack in there somewhere. I wish I had something to eat before I joined this stream. I feel like I might be lacking today.
Yeah, I ate something very early this morning, and then I said I'm going to stream, and then I'm going to go do an evening meal. And see, I deprioritize the food and I prioritize the streaming. But I think I'll be okay. I think it like maybe before I stream, just get a good hearty meal in, and then that'll fuel the stream, and then I can snack throughout if I need to.
Do you have the confidence, or do you feel comfortable enough eating on stream? I'm looking at this
guy. I
don't
stream all the time.
He's like, bro, I love food porn, so he wants to watch you eat. Jeff. I want to watch you eat.
Yeah, I eat on stream all the time. I was eating on stream last night.
You'll get one of those Carlos Jr.'s burgers and just make a mess of the place all over your face.
Like the mukbang.
Ketchup and sauce.
I try to be discreet about it, but I'm not. I don't mask it. Like eating's natural too. I'm not self-conscious about eating.
What's Jeff's favorite food?
I love guacamole. I love my favorite dish probably like at a restaurant is Italian, probably veal piccata, but I also love Thai a lot and Mediterranean, like Lebanese in particular.
Okay, types of food. Okay, all right. I was looking for a specific type. What kind of pasta was that you said?
My favorite is the angel hair, the capellini, the really thin.
Rock and roll. I'm more of a steak and potato guy.
Love
good steak. with some good potatoes. You can't go wrong. I could eat that every day.
I love a steak.
Like with that, for some reason, the fire adds that char flavor to everything, to the potatoes, to the steak, and that char flavor is so good.
Stop it.
Yep. Food porn. Yep, I had to, brother.
I
What
was a
is
vegan for several years when I was in my 20s. And I remember the day I stopped being a vegan. It was a Mexican restaurant, and I had fajitas, steak fajitas, and I put that steak fajita in my mouth. It was the best thing I'd ever. And I said, I am never not eating meat again. I mean, I'm never gonna stop eating meat again. I'm never
uh,
giving up steak.
yeah,
This is
steak.
too good. I don't care about the animals. I have got to have this experience the rest of my life.
Thank you to all the cows out there who've sacrificed for all the steaks I've
Yes,
eaten.
thank you, cows, and the ones that tried to
Thank you,
kill me. I
cows.
don't feel guilty.
Can you believe there's a whole place out in the world that doesn't eat? Doesn't they actually believe cows are gads? They don't eat cows. They will move the whole city if they have to if a cow wants to live there.
I can see cows being cute, like people thinking, "Oh, it's cute. I don't want to kill it." They like cows being humanizable, but I don't know. Certain cultures make all kind of religions out of animals. Don't they have the snake, like the cobras, are gods?
Yep, I've heard of that. I heard of that.
Oh, right, the global warming.
Yeah, I remember that too. Yep.
So we're
Cows are
helping out.
causing global warming.
Yeah, there
Yeah.
is an ecology to everything. If you change one of the components, there are going to be consequences to the rest of that ecosystem.
Oh yeah. Do you remember when people were saying that the killer bees were dying off, and if we didn't have bees, the whole infrastructure would fail because
Yeah,
of
I remember the
pollination.
killer bees.
Yep, because
Did
of pollination.
that never happen? I guess it didn't because we seem to be fine.
Yeah, cows are cows. Cows are cows. I like cows. I can't be a farmer. I'm not a big fan of the smells, the natural smells of the
Oh yeah,
farms. Yeah.
I could farm. I don't know if I could animal, like animal husbandry or whatever that is.
I would
Ag.
think that would be like a mandatory. If you had a farm, you'd have to have chickens, and all of a sudden you'd have to have a
I
goat,
could do
or
chickens.
sheep, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, let's get a cow, and it just starts growing, and all of a sudden there's a horse, so
No,
you have the whole thing on that musical little round wheel, and then as a kid you pull the string, each one you have the whole farm
the
eventually, bro.
CNC.
Yep. Yeah. So
I watched it happen in reverse. When I was very young, they had a horse, some sheep, I think some pigs, the chickens, and I watched the animals gradually go away. They sold the horse, they sold the sheep. It was gradually just down to the chickens, and it got more and more peaceful and less complex as the animals.
and chickens are great, even though they make a lot of noise. They're great for soil and they're great for bugs. Like they keep bugs away from your home. That's
Oh
what I've
yeah,
heard. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. It's a theory, right? Everybody has their theories of how the world works.
I never had a problem with the chickens, and I would always wake up to them in the morning. But they would just run. They had this little area of trees that they'd mostly stay in, and they would flap around and do their thing. And they didn't. I didn't have any negative experience of them.
Oh, so you like chicken? You like eating chicken?
Yeah, I
How do you
prefer
enjoy
beef, but I
chicken?
like. Huh?
Fried, baked, um, boiled.
There
Some people
is
boil chicken,
a
bake, fried. What's the other ways to cook chicken?
well Popeyes and Churches for sure. Oh, but there's a new restaurant in Louisiana now called Cane's Chicken Fingers, and it
Hmm.
really is some of the best chicken. But there's a teriyaki restaurant up here, and it's run by some actual Asian people. And I don't know if
Really?
people know this, but teriyaki was developed up here in Seattle. It's not an actual Asian dish. And you get this giant styrofoam takeout container of this teriyaki chicken that's like open broiled on this grill, and it tastes like the best chicken is that church barbecue chicken, like when they sell the plate lunches or they have a church fair and they're selling that barbecue chicken. And that's what this teriyaki tastes like. It is the best damn chicken I've ever put in my mouth. I don't know what they're doing to this chicken. It tastes like no teriyaki I've ever tasted.
Yeah, chickens are awesome. Yeah, yeah, definitely number two on the list. Steak and chicken. Yep.
But
Rock and
yeah,
roll.
you keep yours for the eggs.
Yeah, I enjoy eggs, bro. I don't know why. I really enjoy eggs. It's such an easy little snack. I feel bad. Well, I shouldn't feel bad because there's nothing in the egg, right?
No, even if there is, it's.
Yeah,
I
even if
mean,
there is.
I've seen one chicken embryo my whole life from a chicken egg.
Yeah, but there's cultures out there, like for example, my Filipino culture has something called balut, where uh,
Oh yeah, they did that on
they eat eggs
Survivor.
like that. I used to eat eggs like that, but then I just grew over the concept.
As a kid, you ate that.
I didn't know what I was eating.
Was
You
it
know,
gross?
when your parents hand you something and everybody else is eating it, you just and then
Yeah.
it doesn't really explain what the food is. You just yeah, you're not really you just think, oh, it's just like an egg that you would throw on the grill.
Does it taste like an egg?
I don't remember. It's been that long. Yeah, well, no, because
No.
you add salt, so it's saltier than an egg and it's slimy like a loogie, if I remember correctly. Ugh, it's so gross. It's like eating Jello, pretty much, but like Jello that's not formed up all the way.
Chicken
Ugh.
Jello.
It's hard. Yeah, I can't. I'm not a fan of it, so I can't describe it in a fan way.
They
If someone be like,
had this. They had them eat them. The survivors had to eat it one year. That was their
it's like,
challenge.
I bet someone can describe it as like, yeah, it's like eating like a salty strawberry jelly. You know what I mean? Or I'll
Um,
describe it like it's like eating a loogie, bro. So like I can't sell it to you. So I'm not gonna try to sell it to you. I'll sell you normal eggs.
eggs.
You can fry them, you can scramble them,
You can devil them.
yeah, exactly. I can sell you normal eggs, but the other eggs, it's up to you guys to sell, okay? Really, you do Rocky Mountain oysters, bruh? Nah, there's too much of the animal for like. There's too much of the animal. I'd rather just let somebody else eat. You can have them. I'll make sure you can. We'll make sure to set that aside. We'll put it on the top tier plate for you. We'll wash them off and everything. You can have the Rocky Mountain oysters when we do that. All right, when we do the feast of the beast.
I don't.
Poached, yes, that's what I'm talking about. Like a poached egg is fantastic with hash. Yes, on rye. I do sourdough. I'm a big fan of sourdough bread with butter.
Oh man,
Yep, yep.
that's the best.
Hmm. We'll even shave them for you, bro. How about that? How much? A maniac. We'll shave them. We'll wash them. We'll put them up on the top tier. We'll put them up on the smoker. It's all up to you, bro. Lamb fries sound good. Lamb is good.
Yeah, I like lamb.
Yeah, like it's just rare. I can rarely ever see it on a menu. Either I'm not eating fancy enough, or I'm not eating Greek enough. Right? It's a
Right.
Greek lamb.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
Greek lamb.
it's also
They
I
do
believe
stuff.
Middle Eastern. Right? They have
Hmm.
the lamb.
Lebanese, Greek.
Yep, yeah. They have the lamb on the thingy that they shave off.
Yep. Oh, some
Hmm.
good stuff.
Yeah, it's hard-boiled eggs. Like eggs are awesome, and like original farm eggs don't need to be refrigerated. So I guess you could literally carry them in your pocket if you wanted to, and just throw them on the sidewalk when it's too hot outside.
Oh,
Wait, lamb
sheepdog.
fries or sheep balls? No, bro. I thought maybe it was lamb, like carne
Me
asada
too.
fries. Yeah, you got me, bro. You got me. All right, you got me.
As
Like
long as
that.
there's normal meat around, I don't need anything exotic at all. I don't. People that go out of their way to eat that stuff.
Can you eat
I'm fine
sardines?
with a steak or a chicken or a lamb.
Are you a fish person? Can you eat sardines?
No, that's the one thing. I grew up on it. Like we ate it growing up all the time, but I lost my taste for it somewhere. I can't even stand the smell. I can't even go into a sushi restaurant because
Oh,
the smell of the fish is so gross to me. I
uh,
can do crawfish, lobster, and shrimp, and that is it.
I'm only a fan of like the fake sushi, the California roll, and then the real sushi ahi. So other than that, I'm not really a big fan of like what's squid calamari. Even though it tastes so good, I'm not a big fan of the texture. It feels like I'm eating a rubber band. Even though
Yeah, I did try it. It did.
it
Yeah,
tastes
that's
really
yeah,
good, but the
rubber.
texture is so funny to me. Like I don't feel meat. I just feel like it's rubber. So I don't feel like I don't know. It just feel like food. Yeah, tuna steaks are good. Yep.
I
Tuna
did. We went to
steaks,
this fancy restaurant one day with some friends,
salmon.
and they give you these little mini courses, and one of them was a raw tuna steak, a little square of raw tuna, and that's the last thing I thought I'd put in my mouth. But they talked me into tasting a bit of it, and it really was not bad. I was able to get it down and kind of enjoy it. It
Well, they
didn't.
say
It
tuna
wasn't
tastes like
fishy at all.
yeah, they say tuna tastes like chicken. I'm sorry. You see what happens when I don't eat before the stream? I start talking about food. I
Oh, you didn't
apologize. It's
eat?
my fault.
Go get a snack. We do a mukbang.
I don't really do snacks. I'm more of like, if I'm going to eat something, I go out and just eat a complete meal, and then that's it. I don't snack. Yeah.
What is natto?
Mm-hmm.
Fermented soybeans. Oh, well, is it well, soy sauce? But what's that other thing? Miso? Or aren't there? And aren't there
Well,
several?
tofu. There's miso soup that has like little tofu cubes in
Yeah,
it.
I love miso. I love
Yeah,
tofu
I've heard of
too.
natto. I haven't had it before, but I've heard of it. I've seen it like in the YouTube
It's a
shorts for like
breakfast.
Japan.
It's because it's acquired taste because of its powerful smell, strong flavor, and sticky, slimy texture.
Hey, talking about fermented. Have you tried kimchi?
I've heard of it. I have friends that love it.
I've heard of it, and people say it's freaking good. Like the whole world says it's good, and I still haven't tried it yet.
Isn't it spicy? Does it, I don't do spice at all. So
I
that's
know there's a
probably why
spicy type. I'm assuming is I always see it's red, and the red usually means chili, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, red usually means chili in any type of food.
Guess.
So
we grew up eating frog legs.
there's so many good foods. Yeah. You know, that's the one thing on my bucket list is to just travel the world and get authentic food. You know,
like Anthony Bourdain.
Yeah, like who goes to England and then orders from an Indian restaurant? You know, let's go to India and get some real curry. I've been to England and had their fish and chips, and that's good. It's worth it. It's worth it.
That's fish and French fries.
Yeah, some kind of white fish and French fries. Yep. I believe it's. I don't know what kind of white fish they use because we would use cod. But I would think they use the same fish. Yeah, see, it's worth trying. Yeah, it's got a crazy taste. You take small bites. Don't take a big bite of kimchi. Like, yeah, ease into that guy. It's like horseradish. Ease into it.
Oh my god! Oh,
Yep.
I can't touch a molecule of that stuff. Oh my god!
So
I forgot all about that.
I don't know. I enjoy it with a good prime rib, dude. For some reason, that mixed with a prime rib so well.
Oh, my whole body is reacting right now. I totally forgot about this shit. Oh.
Someone had too much horseradish. See, you got to ease into it, guys. See, that's what happens when you.
I can't even eat something that's touched the horseradish.
So there's a fish sauce kimchi. Cool, good stuff. Hurts the next day. Yeah.
There's a lot of fish sauce in Thai food, and as long as I don't know it's there, it's delicious. I love it. It's probably what makes it taste so good. But the minute I know it's fish sauce, I can't eat it anymore.
Interesting.
Yeah, that is Simple Jack.
It's rebranded. Yeah, rebranded Simple Jack.
Correct. This is Simple Jack 2.0. Simple Jack clone. The next clone.
Yes. Yeah. Agent 50 or Agent 48. Yeah, because it's Agent 47 or Agent 48. Simple. Yeah.
He's his new incarnation.
Thanks for asking. Glad we could clarify for that for you. No, do not look like that.
That's
guy.
The newscast. It might be his filter. Sometimes he gets weird looking shades.
Yeah, it gets.
You
weird.
look fine today. It looks normal.
I made sure to adjust it before coming on stream.
Oh yeah, your whole background looks way more normal.
Yeah. So it's just one of those things I have to do. My camera resets its settings every time I leave StreamYards.
My microphone does that. I have no idea how to make it stop.
That's one tip for you guys who want to join panels: is always check your settings before joining the panel.
Yep, that's what
you
I
never
started
know what
doing.
your computer did or what happened, and most of your mic dropped or something. Always check your settings before joining a panel, if you can. I understand. It's like a pre-flight checklist.
Yeah, and eat.
Yeah, it's a good camera too. I just got to use it. I guess it's so sad.
It's an external.
Yeah, it's a Logitech Brio camera, so it is a camera for webcam. It's a
Let me write that down. Logitech what?
Brio webcam.
Brio,
Logitech makes good computer equipment. It's really Windows friendly. That's why I used it. I've used Corsair in the past and I've had problems with updating drivers and keeping my drivers updated, audio drivers. And then I did research and says Logitech is just overall Windows friendly for everything they build. Like it's pretty awesome. I recommend them. Shout out. Let's get sponsored. Let's get Jeff sponsored by Logitech. They bought Blue. They bought that.
Oh
This is
yeah,
a Logitech
this thing,
microphone I'm
yeah.
using, which is a Blue technology.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, if anybody wants to sponsor me, I'm open. I'm just not changing anything I say or do here. So know your audience.
and that's where I'm kind of interested too. Like, I noticed that some people will bring up topics that are probably not a good topic to bring up, and it's like maybe know your stream you're joining. Know the place you're going to and how to act. Like, act
Yeah,
accordingly to where you go.
sometimes it's hard to figure out though, especially when it's an open panel because it's not always the host themselves. Sometimes, like you, if you don't know the particular guest, it's hard to figure out the dynamic ahead of time. You could watch the panel a little bit ahead of, but I've even done that before. Sometimes I've jumped on panels specifically because I'm watching, and I'm like, oh, this is the perfect conversation for me. I would fit right in, and it's a disaster.
Well, yeah, because like as soon as you join, the conversation changes. You're like, oh, there goes my opportunity.
Something. It's like when you introduce a new unknown element, something happens to the group dynamics.
Well, sometimes adding some people really live by the energy. They like for some reason they like energy affects them. So when a new energy enters a room, they don't know how to handle it, and they don't they it just bounces all over the place and
Well,
becomes
they shouldn't be
chaotic.
hosting panels. But yeah, I think that is what's happening. It's just knowing what to do with it. What
Yeah,
I'm
some of
learning is you have to, it's like tuning forks. You have to have the right energies at the right time and the right amount, and then they harmonize with each other. And if you get the wrong combination, it becomes discordant. It starts throwing off the
well, it takes
resonant.
a lot of time and energy to build a good team. It doesn't happen
Yeah.
just willy nilly.
Yeah, it does. Oh, you like smaller panels too? Because the what's going on is this channel is trying to be more than one thing at the same time because it's also like a community space, like a drop-in center where people can come and hang out and connect and meet other people. So the I still need the open panels for that function. But then I also like these smaller targeted conversations we've been having lately too, that are kind of closed panel. And so it's just finding the balance and maybe doing separate streams for each one, but it's hard for me to stay compartmentalized like that because the ADHD, the minute, like I can just go wherever it takes me and constantly switch between them.
No, what comes to my mind immediately is just keep it simple. So, like you said, well, you're gonna try out keeping the panels to maybe like a lower number, and
Yeah.
just go from there. And if you feel like you need to do an update, do like a panel update 2.0, then you'll announce it to us when the time comes, and we will be glad to watch your show.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Okay, now I can hear you. Did somebody say ADHD? No.
I did. Yeah, it's really curating the guest. I think that's the order of it. And I put the descriptions of my streams in the videos and on the channel so people can read and get somewhat of an idea of what kind of panel they're getting into.
I know people think they're perfect the way they are, but I do think there is some training that has to be done to learn how to mingle on panels. Just like anything you do in life, training needs to be done. You can't, like if you think you can just get on a panel and this works out for you, trust me, I think there's gonna be a learning curve.
There is a learning curve. But with the right people, it works. What adventure are you involved in today, Ren?
Right now I'm just making me some food.
Oh,
Today was my
What
day
kind of food? I'm so
I
interested.
don't have to have a plan. Well, right now I'm gonna have some sauerkraut and kimchi as like an appetizer, and then I'm warming up some French onion soup I made a couple of days ago.
Oh,
Okay, your mic is very low, but I think I heard kimchi.
mhm.
Yeah, can you hear me better now?
Is it me? Is this really low?
It may be me.
Well, so we were actually just talking about kimchi and what flavors do you enjoy about kimchi? Because I want to try it now. And then do you recommend just going to the store and buying the stuff in the glass jar?
Yeah, I mean it's not bad. The stuff
What
in the
brand do you
store.
recommend? Like Goya, the ultimate freaking brand that makes everything?
I don't know. I'm actually having some that I ordered. It's a wild brine. They seem to be around. They're they made the sauerkraut too. It's pretty good stuff. It's a little
Oh,
more peppery than a lot of the store-bought brands.
so some people are interested in real life kitchen experience. Are you able to share your camera with us?
Let me find a good spot to put it.
Watch out, Jeff. You might turn into a food stream. Like people will want to see you eat on stream.
Yeah. Oh, I'm
That
fine
you're
with
taking
the
care of
food stream.
yourself. People want to make sure you're taking care of yourself. We want to see Jeff bulk up.
Bulk up. That would be. I've been this way. I've been an ectomorph my whole life. My nickname in grade school was Beanpole. Like I've always been tall and thin.
Beanpole.
And Billy Goat because I ate everything.
Yeah, Goya is good, dude. Goya is good. They are definitely they're non-woke. They make everything. It's like I should invest if I two companies I want to invest in is Toyota and Goya, but Toyota just hit a big dump right now. But Goya, they make everything. Everybody's gonna buy their food until the end of times. They'll make it through any natural disaster because people always stock up on food. So there's always buying extra Goya. Invest in Goya.
Wasn't there some scandal with Goya a few years ago or under Trump?
It'd be fun to look that up because I actually remember something hearing about it, but I thought it was actually a positive thing. Goya did something positive back in the day.
The Goya controversy. The CEO of Goya publicly praised Donald Trump. Many consumers began a boycott of oh my God, I remember that. They started boycotting Goya because the CEO came out in support of Trump. That's what it was.
That's not that big, right? Right?
Not now, looking back.
Okay. All right. Glad we can agree. You can't cancel Goya, bro.
That's what happened. They tried to cancel Trump.
The
racist beans. The Mexican
here we go, guys. We do
beans.
have a cooking stream. Cool. Thanks for sharing. Dude, I wish when Plasma joins Plasma, turn your camera on when you're hiking. We all want to see the adventure.
I love these little slices of life that people bring here, like of real touching grass life.
And look at that. Someone else agrees. The wild brand kimchi is good.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Good.
All right. All right. There you go, Jeff. That might be something I want to see. I want to see this. You haven't tried kimchi, right? So maybe on the next stream, I will go get a bottle of kimchi. If you can't, we'll get a bottle of kimchi, and we will both try a little piece. We'll get our reactions.
If it's too spicy, I can't do it. I can't have spice.
Just get normal, mild. Get mild. They make them mild. They make a white person kimchi.
Yeah, that's what I need. I'm Cajun, but I need
bro.
I need the white version.
Yeah, I'll admit that I'm a bad source if anybody wants to know if things are spicy or not. I'm definitely a chili head, so.
Yeah, I'm not spicy, but yeah, chili's good though. It's good to add to it.
Well, I mean, I like all hot, spicy things. Chili head is my.
And go ahead.
Have you done the one chip challenge then?
No, I don't have any.
Do you own any fancy, well-known hot sauces?
My dad used to have a hot sauce wall, but I mean, I've had Dave's Insanity back in the day.
Sorry, Jeff, I interrupted you.
Oh, I was looking for Steve's channel. He has a channel, and sometimes he puts little shorts and updates of his wherever he is.
Yeah, there's the kimchi.
Yeah, so what are the flavors you enjoy about kimchi? Is it the fermented, like sour?
I mean, I like pickles, so it's got a pickled flavor.
I like cabbage. I enjoy that part of it, right? It's just fermented cabbage, right?
Yeah, it's fermented cabbage, and then they usually, I think the traditional recipe is like fermented cabbage, and then usually like Napa cabbage, and then trying to think
Onion,
of there's a type of kind of root, uh,
bok
like
choy.
daikon root.
Yep, yep. Daikon. Yep, 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 yep,
Yeah,
yep.
and then a chili, kind of a chili garlic sesame paste, and then I think maybe like green onions or
Yep,
scallions.
yep, 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 yep.
Oh yeah.
I've tried fried pickles before. They're good. Blooming onions, those were good.
Yeah, that's good too.
Mm-hmm.
I like the pickle chips, the slices, the
And like
best.
good kimchi
Sometimes
is
they
almost
fry the
crunchy
whole
too.
spears. The what?
I haven't had that. Like a hot dog, like a pickle, like corn dog pickle.
Yeah, I mean it you want it where it's got a little bit of texture to it. And then I mean I like the spicy. I'm from New Mexico,
How
Feed
are you
me
guys? Are you
green
guys
chili and I'll be good.
a big fan of chopsticks?
I can't use it. I've tried with the dyspraxia. I've tried so many times.
I
People have
was
tried to
never
teach me to
yeah.
use them.
I was never good at them, and then the first time I went to Korea and was there for a couple of weeks, kind of became a, like if you eat, and when I'm in other countries, I like to eat in more local joints and stuff. So I had to learn, and
Oh,
now there's some foods where I just like I don't want to eat them with anything else.
Yes, that's what I mean. Like I had to YouTube it, and I hold them different than you do. But I've noticed they're actually really good. And I was like, dude, if I just bought like 4 sets of really good chopsticks, I'm pretty sure they'll eliminate like a lot of dishes I have to do. All the forks and spoons I have to
ugh.
rinse. Just bust out the
Yeah,
chopsticks, wipe them with some clean towels, and you're good to go.
Mm.
they're
Like,
handy too. Like you can make makeshift chopsticks if you know how to eat. Like I have, like the little packages of plastic silverware you get, and like in the door pocket of my pickup. I live farm and ranch and stuff, and and so you end up in these situations where you're scavenging for food and for things to eat it with. And
mhm.
I've gotten like they end up in my door pocket and just the knives are left, right? Because you've used all the forks.
Two butter knives.
And so I've like had the two little plastic knives. I'm like, hey, it works.
Yep, 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 yep. I've been there. I tried eating a pudding cup with one of those plastic butter knives. It's like you're like scraping the edge and licking the pudding. Yeah, yeah.
Right.
It's not fun, but you get the job done. Takes an extra 2
You
minutes.
you don't know her heritage, maniac. She could be part Asian.
Very cool. Very cool. But definitely, I want to try kimchi now. So many people have recommended it. I gotta try it. I might enjoy it. It just doesn't like I'm Filipino and it's not for some reason big in the Philippines. I don't know. My family's never had it in their menu.
Yeah, I mean, I had it. I don't know the first time, but I've done Taekwondo since I was a little kid. So at some point, I think, for a lot of people, they like make them eat kimchi once, and then that was it. It's just like a rite of passage. But I actually like kimchi, and then that's why I was in Korea, was to do Taekwondo.
Oh wow! How long were you there?
The first time I was there for probably 10 days. It was like 2004, and then they had Worlds there again in 2010. Yeah,
World Cup
the
Hey
World
Hank, welcome.
Championships
or what sport?
for
Ninja.
traditional Taekwondo. So
That's right. That's right. Okay,
kind
thank you.
that's not in the Olympics, and we can punch each other in the face, and we don't wear the big chest protectors and stuff.
Welcome, Hank.
Yeah. So we have World
Yeah, Hank, we
Championships
were
for the Olympics.
wanting you last night. Do you have any insight from Pittsburgh?
When I was in Butler, I guess we're bad shots in Pittsburgh, so that's lucky.
Okay, well, there's your update.
Bad shots. Yeah, dude. Someone said, "What's the point of having a weapon if you don't practice using it?" That's like that's what someone's tweet was, bro. It's like, what's the point of having a weapon if you don't practice using it? Yeah.
I saw something else where they said that it was Trump. Trump moved his head, and if he hadn't, it was just like coincidence because he when he talks. He like, and then if he hadn't done that, it actually would have hit. That
So,
the shooter
the guy
was
didn't
not.
have a scope. The guy didn't use a scope. He was 20 years old, didn't have a scope, so I'd say just a bad shot. The thing is, I didn't pay attention to the news. I could feel something happening, but I didn't know it happened until I got home from work.
What an amateur, though, bro. I'm just
I
saying,
mean,
in Minecraft, you bring a hunting rifle for something like that. A nice, big impact hunting rifle.
At that
Even if
range,
you grazed the ear, it would, yeah.
at
Yeah,
that range, the rifle caliber wasn't a big deal. I mean, a 223 5.56 is very sufficiently anti-personnel at 150 yards.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
as far as not having a scope at that range with a little practice, again, not an issue.
if maybe trying to do a job, do it right, but sloppy slops in Pittsburgh. So.
Well, with the way it was sort of like he's going to climb up out in the open and he's only going to have a few seconds to get off shots, having a semi-automatic lower recoil was not necessarily a bad idea. I actually, there's a lot of situations where I think a 223 or something, a standard AR is not a good choice. But honestly, I don't think it was a terrible choice in this case. The terrible choice was not practicing with it.
He did manage to kill somebody. I mean,
But
so he
managing
wasn't.
to kill someone you're not aiming at is,
Yeah.
not really.
But even without a scope, that's an easy shot with open sight.
I mean, after about 250 is about where a scope really starts making a difference.
Well, we used to have to shoot 400 meters with open sight in the service.
Yeah, I used to shoot competition open out.
Yeah,
600.
So that shot there was nothing. 150.
Yeah. Well, like I was telling somebody, it's like at that range, environmental factors aren't a big deal, right? Like you're not going to get a whole target move, even if it's windy. You might get, if you're aiming for the center of your target, the amount of deflection the wind is going to give you at that range is irrelevant.
Well, it was a good thing he was talking about the immigrants on that chart. Otherwise, he might not be here.
I agree. I mean, the back of his head was where his ear was a few moments before.
Oh, yeah. If he'd have turned his head, it'd have been over.
Well, it also proves that someone else got the exact same shot and they didn't make it. It hit someone in it. Someone else got a second bullet, got someone in the head and they didn't make it. So,
yeah,
so it does prove that it is possible. If the guy hit his target, Trump wouldn't be here today.
That's a fact. Did you see the one picture where they did a freeze frame? I guess it's the first bullet whizzing by Trump's head.
Yeah, Jeff captured it.
Did he?
Oh, yeah, the little gray bullet.
Yeah, that was wild. That was wild.
They got some nice cameras up there, Chuck.
I'm telling you, better than we can afford.
It was a lot. That's going to be the iPhone commercial.
Yeah.
What'd you capture on your iPhone? So it was crazy shit, and the guys were all part of history.
Oh, yeah. Whether they wanted to be part of history or not, they are part of history permanently.
I thought the crowd acted pretty well. I thought it'd be actually more people like making more noise and running, but it was actually really loud and quiet, and then really loud and quiet again. And then
I don't think a lot of them realized what was going on at first.
Yeah, because it ended so fast. It's happened and stopped. So everybody's like, "Well, should we react?"
Now, did you see the video of where the government sniper popped off that one round?
They said it was Secret Service, but those guys were wearing police.
I know. I was confused too, but they kept saying that was the Secret Service team.
Yeah, well, everybody was under the command of the Secret Service.
Except for the Secret Service.
Yeah, most of the sources I had were that they were like the local or state SWAT was who was Overwatch. So they were the official Overwatch, but they weren't Secret Service agents.
I heard a story just a while ago that there was actually a cop that approached the shooter before he shot,
Mm-hmm.
and the shooter pointed his weapon at the cop, and the cop retreated.
But yeah, so us in Pittsburgh are famous for a good defense. So
Well, slowed him down at least.
Yeah. But supposedly the first 3 was the sniper, and the last 4 were the counterinsurgent team, or whatever they call them.
Right. The counter sniper.
Yeah, the counter snipers.
Yeah.
That
I
one
don't I
guy,
don't like calling
one
him
guy
a
kept
sniper
him
'cause he
busy while
clearly
the
wasn't.
sniper lined up his shot by shooting at him. Wild.
Yeah, it was wild.
Well,
This will
he
be
ought to
interesting.
be in.
The story
He
that
ought to
comes
be
out.
in Milwaukee now. By now, I think. I know he left for Milwaukee
When does that start?
tomorrow.
Oh, and it goes all week.
Well, actually, it start late this afternoon. It was all the pre-meetings of the different delegates,
Oh,
and then tomorrow actually kicks it off.
yeah, I did see where the Secret Service is under scrutiny. There's a lot of questions about how that line of sight was left
Well,
open.
I've seen the former head of the presidential Secret Service team was being interviewed by a number of channels on, and he said why there wasn't a body on top of that building. Somebody boo-booed.
That's what makes me think it's all set up. It's like the 2 snipers above Trump are facing the right direction.
Instead of incompetence.
Well, why are they facing that at that building? Why aren't they facing? You know what I mean? Like they're facing the right direction. It's so strange. There's no direction change. Like like them looking another way. Like they knew that they're watching it.
Well, like I told somebody yesterday, if you're Overwatch and you're panning, you're
Yeah,
scanning.
your sector.
What you're not going to be both eyes open scanning everything all the time. You're going to be looking at a small segment of your eye line for a second at a time, right? You're going to pick a little slice of the horizon.
You break it into a grid.
You're gonna look,
Yeah.
and you're going to say,
my rifle would follow my line of sight.
Something, and then you move to the next little slice of your sight line. You're not gonna, your face could be pointed to where a normal vision would see the guy, but you may be focusing, 30 degrees to the left on a 5-degree slice.
They were saying today too that he's not entitled to the full presidential campaign detail until he's actually nominated by the RNC or the DNC, whichever.
But they had actually increased security. He had asked them to put additional security, and they did. There were requests to increase it, and they did.
Slight increase, but they've requested more and been denied. Is what
I was following some stories this morning that the local cops spotted this guy, the shooter, outside of the main entrance metal detector, acting weird. They called in the headquarters and they notified Secret Service to keep their eye out on this guy. And somewhere along the way, they lost sight of him. And they didn't know where he went.
yeah,
Because after they went and found his house and his car, they found multiple IUDs inside the car and in the house. Yeah.
Really?
yeah. But it goes to show that these politicians are not that well protected. It's just there's no one really cares to take shots at them. It's just,
and people
just have
assume,
if they can't see without their glasses. They're the only ones that bother taking shots. They're not well protected. If pretty much if there's an actual significant amount of people who didn't want them around, it's not like they'll last.
yeah.
They just
a lot of people
don't care.
Assume
But there's
that
no
they're
way a
secure,
rifle
and that
should have
puts them
got
off.
that close. 150. There's no way.
Yeah, that's
the
really
way is
strange.
that's the security is not that good, but it's really
It
doesn't
happened,
need
I
to
know.
because they're not that balanced. So
Were
Yeah,
the
and this-
counter snipers waiting for some kind of signal? That's another narrative I've heard, that they saw the guy, but they weren't allowed to fire.
I imagine that they may have needed permission to fire until he fired. That would be my assumption, is that if he starts firing, they don't need
Right.
permission.
Now,
yeah,
And that's when
I
they
could
took the shot.
see that if it's the local police force, but if it's the
Yeah.
presidential team, their first priority is neutralized. No questions asked.
Chuck,
Yeah.
it's not a military force. They're not gonna just go after you like armbar lock you. So
Well, you don't know if it's a guy with a gun until he starts shooting it, perhaps until you
Yeah.
scope it, right?
So
It could be because there were other spectators who were just
Yeah.
outside the fence on other properties who were just not going through security and were still spectating.
Correct. And
Yes.
that
If it
building
was
was
me, I might have
outside the
climbed up on the
fence.
roof and
Yeah.
spectate.
So-
Got
so-
my lawn chair up on a roof and away we go.
Yeah, so you don't have to go to the crowd. But Chuck, the security forces are allowed to just kill anyone they want. We're not in a libertarian paradise.
I mean, the Secret Service, if they consider it a threat, they're allowed to do away with it pretty
Yes.
much. But they're not just going to randomly shoot. They're like, okay, we see a person on a roof.
Yeah,
That's not enough. Okay,
Until
now we're
they
watching
see,
them.
yeah.
But if they see
Yeah.
the gun, then it's green light.
yeah. If we were in Kazakhstan, Chuck would be right. They could just shoot anyone they want. But we're not. We're not in that. We have, I guess, terms of operation.
What? Yeah, there were a lot of people pointing to the roof of that building, yelling and pointing up, and they were confused. Some of the local cops were running around the building and in the building because they
But
thought the person.
didn't that troll guy try to point out the guy to the cops?
A bunch of people did
Oh,
by pointing to the roof. Yeah,
yeah. And didn't they say like a cop went up there and then he had the gun pointed at him? So
and he backed off. Yeah, that's what one report said.
and this is all gossip so far, everybody. So this is just us trying to
Yeah,
connect
because
dots.
I hate to say, you know how fast the news likes to run a story without vetting it.
Yeah.
The
So,
witnesses,
Which is why I'm actually criticizing Officer Snaps, because he wants to be a little what's it called, reporter, but he has the qualities of diverse reporters. So I just told him on Jack Talcott's show that he needs to actually focus on facts, or I can't even pretend to respect him as any kind of wannabe journalist at all anymore. So I already told him. So
that's a good question, Mossad. If any of the cops had body cams that were active. There's no doubt going to be an investigation, so some of that will come out.
crazy world out there. Can you imagine like knowing, like you hear who did it, you're like, dude, I knew that guy. Like, oh, dude, I was a coworker with that guy. That's like that'd be a crazy reality to live in right now. Having people
Well,
close to that guy.
The kid was what, 19, something like
He's young.
that.
20, yeah.
Yeah,
Bonnie.
where did they say he was from? Was it Bethel?
Bethel Hills or Bethel,
Bethel Park.
Park?
How
Bethel
far?
Park.
How
Yeah.
far was that?
That's very close to where I am. So it's
Really?
yes, yeah. It's really one of the townships of Borderline.
You mean you didn't recognize Hank's handler outfit he's got on?
No, because there's many people in Bethel Park I never even met.
Is Bethel Park spread out like Pittsburgh is with all those bridges and stuff?
It's a subdivision.
It's a suburb. In fact, we might as well just look at the map.
Here, I can show it.
Because I spent couple of weeks in Pittsburgh for some training, and that was a spread out town.
Right now, there might be a YouTube channel getting grief about this whole thing because he was wearing a Demolition Ranch T-shirt, which is a big gun YouTube channel.
Really?
It's just a suburb of Pittsburgh.
I have a better image so you can
All
see
right.
where it is.
I would say the Demolition Ranch is a big YouTube channel that has guns. I don't know if it's.
See, that's where
it's
Bethel Park is.
It's a normal public kind of TV show.
Yes.
Most gun people don't actually watch it.
I see
Yes,
it
that's
now.
where Bethel Park is, and the pull out. That's where the city actually is. So it's right near Pittsburgh.
Gotcha.
Yes. Do you have anyone have any questions about Bethel Park or Pittsburgh?
No, and then Butler is north of Pittsburgh, so he
Yes, he drove
drove
up
through
there.
Pittsburgh and went to Butler.
They
Or
said,
you
what,
could hit
40
the railroad
miles?
to-
I'm just trying to figure out like how likely it is that people in Butler would know it, but it seems like not really that likely.
Yeah. So let's go up to Butler. So Butler is a county. Let's scroll up.
Yeah, I've heard that too, Matthew. That because he had donated to that progressive group.
Blue Act or Act Blue.
Yeah, and it wasn't Act Blue; it was something else, progressive something. And that it was like a lot of people register as Republicans to vote against the candidate they don't want to win in the primary.
Scroll up. Let's highlight the whole county. So that's where Butler is. So it's not that far away.
I think they said 40 miles from where he lived to where the campaign was.
Yeah, that's
It's not very far.
yeah.
Yeah, everybody. A lot of people
drive,
get bullied, but not everybody goes and tries to shoot the president.
Yeah. So it's pretty close.
But there might have been
close
other
to each other.
factors, even if he was bullied.
Well, you know,
Yeah.
the lady in charge of the Secret Service, the chief or whatever the hell they call it, the head person.
The head lady.
Her prior job was protecting Pepsi and Cheetos.
Yeah,
She was
that makes sense.
she was security for the PepsiCo Corporation. But prior to that, she had like what they say 20 years in the Secret Service. But she was always on the vice presidential detail.
I was actually surprised to see how many women were in the Secret Service. I was actually surprised.
Short women.
Yeah. They couldn't carry Trump. I know that.
The whole short women around Trump kind of was a little.
I didn't.
That's just.
I didn't
bad
even know this.
design.
I didn't know it till this morning, but Barron Trump is like 6'10".
Oh, Barron. Yeah, the son. Yes.
Oh my God.
He's a Spurs,
huge.
by the way. I'm pretty sure.
Yes, he is.
He ate his vegetables, or the really good ones.
He's asparagus.
Asparagus. I don't know how long it'll take him. Biden said this morning he wanted a fast report, a quick.
Well, I mean,
report.
investigations take as long as they take.
Yeah. The dude that wasn't in a spot's going to feel like Clint Eastwood in that movie, In the Line of Fire. You know, when he let JFK get shot.
Yeah.
But then the second chance, he jumped in front of it.
Yeah, I wonder if the whole team just got fired.
Oh, did they?
Well, I'm just wondering, like that's a mark on the record, and it's not a good mark. It's just like, ooh.
Oh, no, not good at all.
Yeah, it's like, ooh.
Well, I'm
I know it's
sure
not
one
your
or two
fault.
guys were in charge of securing, designing deciding where people went.
It looks like Biden's talking in less than half an hour.
Yeah, he said he was going to give a Oval Office address tonight about it. He held a 2-minute presser this morning to say he was going to have a speech tonight.
So this is
Like-
this is his second time talking about it, and he'll have a third one later.
Third one tonight.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
He did one last night, a short
Well,
one.
he
did
gave
a
us
short
a
one this
statement,
morning.
right? Just a brief statement.
This morning?
No, last
Yeah,
night.
it was. Oh, okay. He did again this morning.
I don't know if he's
too.
done an actual conference where he's took questions and addressed it in depth. I think
No,
he
he
just
gave-
gave a statement and then came out this morning and did an announcement.
It was like 1 or 2 o'clock. He did a statement, but took no questions.
Yeah.
The FBI and the local police interview was pretty bad. Didn't really do anything.
Oh,
for us.
that was terrible.
Yeah.
Is that the movie we watched with those guys at the podium
With the funny haircuts.
taking questions?
Yeah, that was the one we watched. Yeah, the what midnight, 1 o'clock, whatever time it was last night when they held it.
Oh yeah, it was just around midnight their time.
I think the FBI guy was trying to figure out how to get that doo-doo out of his pants. He didn't look comfortable at all on that one. Melania put out a nice little letter this morning, released a statement letter, whatever it was.
Oh yeah, I
Nice
saw
little-
something like that. That she was like her life was almost changed forever. She was on the edge of her life changing forever or something.
Well, she was talking about Barron's life would have been changed forever.
No,
Yeah.
they delayed that maniac because of the Supreme Court immunity ruling.
It was supposed to have been the 11th, which was what, last week? 11th of July, and they moved it to September. Well, you can all but probably guess those are going to go away completely now.
We know you just got shot, sir, but we have some more bad news for you. You need to come with us.
Could you please lend us your other ear? Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna be lending us your whole body now.
All right.
Let's
For all
see
of
if
you,
we're-
you know, accusing me of cultural appropriation, I have some Korean kimchi. I have sauerkraut, so that would be like Germanic. I have some Spanish cheese, not Mexican, but Spanish. Got some Swiss cheese,
Oh Lord.
and I'm using
What
a
are-
tortilla, and I'm using it all to make me a bowl of French onion soup. So,
Yeah.
Holy que paso.
That's awesome.
Yeah, you just got to watch that kimchi. Some of it is super hot.
well, I'm a chili head, so the hotter the better.
Oh, okay.
I mean, kimchi, I think is good at a nice medium heat.
All the appropriation. That's right.
All of it.
It's a fucking gumbo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I make a good jambalaya, so I'll appropriate your culture another time.
Well, all our shit's appropriated. That's what we do. We take from all the cultures around us and we turn it into our own thing.
So you
Do you use a mix or you do it from scratch?
I usually do it from scratch.
Okay.
Are you a cooker, Jeff? Do you like to cook? I have not gotten that skill yet. I'm still working on that
you're
one.
probably better at it than me. Most people don't let me in their kitchens. Hey, mindful or exposure, whichever one you prefer.
Ezra.
Yes, Ezra.
Yeah, I miss when the United States was referred to as a melting pot.
I'm telling y'all, Schoolhouse Rock. They had a whole cartoon about that's how I thought. Because of that cartoon, the Great American Melting Pot, lovely Lady Liberty with her book of recipes, and the greatest one she's got is the Great American Melting Pot. That's what I thought America was, because that cartoon had me thinking, oh, America is this group of diverse people and we're all making a country together.
We're all making a gumbo.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all making a gumbo.
That's what's in the pot.
But now we're starting to make segregated dishes again.
Well, yeah, but that didn't start with me or
No.
even my generation.
No way.
Or they just add so much salt, there's no more flavor.
Served over white rice.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, you can add salt some combination of salt and vinegar to a
Uh,
ruined dish, like
oh, I think there's
a
plenty
stew
of
or
vinegar.
something. But I think we may have overdone it. The adding salt vinegar to make things taste better.
The Generation X.
remember
Oh God, I might steal if I rebrand. I might steal that.
D-Generation
Gen
X.
X, Jeff.
Was you
Yeah.
here for the show all night last night, King
Not
Phillip?
the entire show, bro. For a good most part of it, but I cut out around
When the
midnight my
battle
time.
started? Was you here when
Oh,
the
yeah.
Hey,
battle?
Chuck.
Yeah.
We
Whoa.
that's in the Discord. We can leave that in the Discord.
Oh, okay. I was just saying, oh, that wore me out. And I wasn't even a part of it.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was
bro.
strange. It was strange for me. I didn't really know what was going on.
It wears me out just thinking about it.
It seemed to divide the panel and the chat into two distinct camps that were seeing different
did it?
things.
It did it to the chat too?
Yeah. But some of the chat was his channel too, so I don't know how much was my chat and how much was his.
Ah.
What is MSG? Okay.
But I definitely think it was a learning experience for people who could use it, who thought it was an opportunity for a learning experience. I don't think some
Yeah,
people
you-
learned from it, actually. I think some people did.
That's what I love about streaming. It captures it, and then people can draw their own conclusions, take whatever they need from it, make their own judgments, etc.
It was kind of like a Stream Wars. Streamer Wars. On this one, I don't think anybody won. It was a pretty even battle. It was still,
I see it differently, but like I said,
Oh.
that's all on Discord. I'll leave it back there.
So,
Dear Mr. Chuck, fear not. I am fine. I will be giving an acceptance speech for president. Please watch.
That just came in. Does he
Yeah,
say when?
yeah, I heard Biden's not backing down, bro.
I'll have to click the
Yeah,
link.
no. This is going to make it harder to get him off the ballot, I think.
It's going to make what harder?
The people that want Biden off the ballot.
You think this saved his butt?
I think this is going to make it harder to convince Biden to drop out now.
Unless they try to shift the blame onto him.
You think he'll stay?
I doubt it was Biden that had Trump assassinated by some 20-year-old kid.
No. That's not what I meant.
Oh.
I meant by his choice of people to lead the various departments that were responsible is what I mean.
The person responsible was the shooter. Let's not lose sight of that.
Well, I agree with you 100%.
Until you find a large donation to his bank account.
Oh yeah, I remember Tommy. He was cool. Tell him to come back one day. Yeah, tell us hi.
You were going to say something, Phillip?
Oh, I was gonna say it's no one to blame until you find a large donation into his bank account. Or a third party group. Like, there's the motivation right there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
wasn't that
money,
when the
I'll take
electoral map was everybody but Minnesota, and I think maybe DC in '84?
That's what I'm thinking, that this is just gonna help. Do you think this will help secure Trump, or this is just opening the road for the Democratic Party?
I think it is secure. I think it is secure.
I think it helps secure it, bro.
Yeah, I think there's a subset of people that saw this and it made their decision for them. That's what I think.
And they did what?
I'll agree with that. Just like Reagan.
There's a section of people that they saw this event made their decision in November for them.
They were fence sitters, and now their votes already in.
Reluctant, maybe people who weren't going to vote, right? Because they didn't want people like that. There's that lovely middle ground of voters that may, not people from the far side, but people who weren't going to vote or who were waffling. This made their decision for them. Probably those not voters is who it pulled the biggest ones in. People who didn't want to vote for Trump, but they weren't going to vote for the other side, right? And this, I bet there's a bunch of them that this made their decision for them.
Well, I think it gave Reagan a big bump too, didn't it?
Yeah, it turned the
Did it
whole
happen to
map
him?
red.
Yeah, I mean, it's
And this one's a lot closer than his, I think, if memory serves me right. Closer to the election, I mean.
I
I was
think
gonna say closer to his head.
Closer to the election.
Yeah.
if this helps people get rid of this narrative that Trump is this threat or danger to democracy, this evil racist, stop him at all costs. If it quits the threat exaggeration that's being directed at, and maybe it humanizes him just a bit. I don't know.
Wow,
The
great.
vitriol.
Yeah, great
Yeah.
perspective. Yeah, right. They've
I would-
already got
It's that
everything he's done.
poisonous narrative that started the minute he won the election, and the left has never been able to abandon. It's that story they get locked into of what they want to be true, or what they need to be true to make sense of their world.
Like it almost reset his social credit.
Yeah. I
that
can
was
see
very
that.
heroic. I saw that take on Twitter. No, we watched it together last night. We were all very moved by the fist. I could watch that all day, that fight. Like that was legit to me. You don't almost die and then take the time to calculate and say, what could I do in this moment that's really gonna how can I exploit this to really get I know. And then people say they see it and they say that's sick. Oh my god, disgusting tech. That's what I don't understand. When I say the left is looking at a completely different reality, when I see that fist bump, I see patriotism, passion, inspiration, defiance to the end, etc. And they see like a manipulative sociopath, a calculating person deliberately employing tactics to exploit a moment, a split second after he got shot. That psychology makes less sense to me than the one I described.
Yeah. How many people you know that got shot that were jumped up pissed as opposed to cowering down or, because they got shot? I was surprised at his reaction.
Yeah, I don't see how it could not be legit within that amount of time. The reaction time was short enough for it to be an authentic reaction to me, even from Trump. And Trump's not that. He's not that great at masking, really. You pretty much know what you're getting with Trump at any given moment, what state he's in.
I'd say he was 100% on adrenaline right there.
Yeah,
those moments.
I don't even think I could have that kind of poise, recovery poise that he did after just getting shot and being able to launch into that.
I thought one of the funniest things was he wasn't leaving the stage without his shoes.
Yeah.
Now they said
like, get me out of here.
They said the first thing he actually yelled before he said fight, fight, fight was "fuck you, you missed."
Mm-hmm. And here's another thing. Hang on, from Twitter.
That's my president.
Now I've got some Canadian appropriation here.
The hell
is that maple syrup?
Yeah.
What's the sweet for? Onion soup.
I'm making a salty lemonade to drink.
Oh, okay.
I thought she was putting it in the soup.
Yeah, I was
like,
onion soup and maple syrup. I don't think actually mixed.
All right, I want to share this.
Is my sweetener of choice.
I want to share this tweet from. Hang on, real quick. I want to share this tweet from Twitter about the fist thing. It counters the narrative about what Sarah's saying about it's a show and all that. Trump deserves no credit. He only did that because he's such a natural showman. It's so phony. And this guy rebuts, you fools, you absolute blinkered fools who forgot it in people, real people. Guess what? Normal people want someone to put on a brave face right if they nearly had their head blown off, especially because what just happened was no Hollywood joke. It was for deathly real. America wants that showmanship, if you wish to call it that, in the face of death, and for excellent reason. They want to be assured. We all feel vulnerable as a nation in a horrible moment like that. If you didn't, you're dead inside. And then he goes on and on and on. But nothing makes people
Wow.
look pettier or more encased in a very weird bubble than failing to grasp people like and appreciate defiance in the face of horrifying near death inflicted by a mad political assassin. You need to deal with the reality that Trump handled himself extremely well in the way that pretty much every man on the planet wishes he too would have in that situation. So even if he's exploiting it, even if it's showmanship, it was the right form of showmanship for what America needed in that moment, and that makes it heroic and base.
I will agree. I will agree.
That was awesome, Jeff.
That was
No
a
one
tweet.
wants
That
to-
was
Oh,
Jeff.
what?
Here, I'll put the tweet. Jeff Blahar. He's a writer.
Everybody grab a bowl. Get your spoons out. We got French onion soup for everybody.
No one wants a wimp.
Oh, wait, let me see.
That looks great. That's a nice layer of cheese.
Oh yeah.
Do you have any French bread? Were
That's
you
a
able to
big
get any
bowl.
French bread for that or no? Very nice. French onion soup right there.
Yes, that's what we need. Righteous warriors on our side
there
to
was the
counter
final
the
product. Now here's what
self-righteous
you get.
warriors on the other side.
My left and right difference, remember, is not working today.
Well, I know Ezra's tall enough to do a good job on the Secret Service. He's like 6'1", something like that.
Oh.
And I managed to turn the volume down so I couldn't hear anybody while I was doing that.
Yeah, I do think you're right about the like 5th gen warfare and information, and not even like national enemies, but just people in general are going to exploit this emotion to create chaos and get their agenda move forward.
Yeah, like I said, not many people are going to get shot and come up bouncing like that I can think of.
It's not a super common psychology. It does exist though.
I mean, I'm sure he's going to exploit the hell out of it from this point forward, but in that moment, even if that's what it was the absolute right form of exploitation.
Hell, if it was me, I'd still be laying on that stage saying, I'm dying.
Where's my shoe?
Carry me out of here. Get the stretcher.
Medic.
Medic. No, this is unfortunately the best thing to come out of this election so far.
You might have a point there.
Yeah,
So
I kind of want to know what records Trump broke yesterday with the internet. Yeah, I
Oh, he
mean,
broke
like,
Twitter, I think. I think it broke Twitter.
broke views, YouTube views. Every social platform was talking about him. Every media platform around the world. The world, I haven't heard what the world has said about it, but apparently there are a lot of world leaders endorsing Trump right now.
Like the whole world pretty much came out in support of, like, condemning it. There was at least unity. It did unite in one sense. It did unite, even, and it wasn't against Trump. It was definitely united against the act.
Well, apparently Biden wanted him to come to dinner tonight, and I think he turned him down.
Sarah, you had a bear encounter. You had 3 of them. I definitely want to hear about that one day.
Wrong kind of bear.
And get some tips, because they have
wrong kind of bear.
Oh yeah, I've had a few bear encounters too. But, I was because I know that she's
What's with that laugh?
Because I know her background. I assume regular bears. Oh wow. Oh, can we watch it? I want to see it. Hang on, let me try to find it.
So I take it the bear lost then if she's got video.
Well, we'll find out. Is it a shark? Let's see.
Oh, she said bear, not shark.
No, short.
I was just trying to make it funny. Sorry.
Let's see. It's hard to find it because all of the thumbnails are these peaceful, spiritual, new age seeds. So I have to figure out which one is the bear.
Yeah, because the only picture I remember her is wrestling that big tree.
I think one of the best bears for content are panda bears. They're the goofiest bear ever.
Maybe if I just search bear.
I can try to find it for you. I can go to her channel. Go to Mindful Exposure's channel and I can find
A
it
new
for you.
pain. Okay. Well, we might get to see.
What happened to Hank?
Is it?
He got-
Oh, I went right past it because it was Little Gentle Ben. It's a baby bear.
Oh,
All right, let's look.
geez.
I'm excited. Little Gentle Ben.
Oh, is Biden live now?
Hang on. Is the music copyright okay?
I don't know.
I
You
guess
can
if
mute
it's-
it. You can mute it real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't think the bear's going to talk to it.
So,
I'm surprised those branches can support that bear.
I know.
Is Biden live right now or getting ready to?
Oh yeah, we got to check on that. I love this camera. I love how that fade out.
Oh, that's
What area of the
AI,
United
though.
States
Looks
is
like
this?
starts to look like Tales from the Dark Side. Okay. Oh, I was picking a giant grizzly like about to claw her.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
But still, that is I wouldn't know what to do in that situation other than not go up that tree.
When I was up in Wisconsin or Michigan, I had a bear come in the tent I was asleep in.
Oh fuck! TikTok banned you just for that song? Damn. Well,
it must be copyrighted then.
Yeah, Russia's probably gonna ban it tomorrow. I mean, I'll get an email from Russia say we don't allow that in our country.
Dear comrade,
this is not how we're trying to train our bears. Oh yeah, Biden. Let me check.
it's just I got a notice popped up on my phone. I didn't know what time he was going live though.
Are you subscribed to a news channel that's broadcasting?
Yeah, I think it's a news channel.
Biden to address
White House
nation.
YouTube. That makes sense. That's hilarious, dude. White House YouTube channel. It just totally sounds something out of idiocracy.
All right. They're outside the White House waiting for him to start. So. In fact, I'm gonna go refill and all that, and
okay.
Hey,
get ready for
if you guys became president, you're like, dude, I don't want to stay in the White House. I want something a little more newer.
I probably would
more modern looking.
Yeah. I want an Earthship. I'll be in my Earthship. Just call me there.
You don't like the rocket launchers on the roof? I think that's pretty neat.
The White House is way too fast. I'd be afraid to touch anything. I couldn't live comfortably there.
That's pretty neat. That's pretty nifty.
They installed those after 9/11.
Yeah, right. That makes sense. Yeah, no plane's getting 100 feet with that thing. 200 feet of that place, 1,000 yards of that place.
Yeah. But I question that. I just wonder how easy it actually would be.
We will begin shortly. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, I wish I had set this up a little better. I could order a pizza.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I could order Domino's.
Pineapple or no pineapple?
If I had to, I'd enjoy pineapple, but I'd rather have a classic pepperoni all meat pizza. You know, pepperoni, sausage, bacon. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the way my son likes them. What do they call it? Meat lovers or something like that.
Yeah. Yep. Who needs vegetables? That's for the things I eat.
I go
meat
for
lovers
veggies.
is hard to beat.
Really, you like the supreme with the bell peppers, the onions, the olives.
Yep.
The mushrooms. Yep.
Anything I can get on there.
Really?
Yeah. Some of
Anchovies,
their
Chuck?
meat I don't like. Oh no.
Randy, have you ever had an anchovy pizza?
Yes, I have.
I heard they're actually not
Rand?
that. I heard they're all right. You know, the salty goes with the cheese. You're muted.
I started doing some recipes with anchovies. They do bring a certain flavor.
Well, isn't it the original Caesar salad is made with anchovy and oil, right?
Yeah, I've been doing like a dressing for like a pasta salad. That the recipe that I'm basing it off of uses anchovies, and it does add a certain, you know, you don't add a lot of
Kick.
them, but it just adds kind of an umami, kind of a salty umami element to it. It's good.
Very nice. No, pizza is like it's a staple. It's not going anywhere. Pizza's gonna last another 1,000 years.
Oh, at least.
I know they're gonna try reinventing it. Oh, have you ever tried the pizza that's made with is it broccoli dough or something like that, or cauliflower
The
dough?
cauliflower.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
The
Give
one
it a
I had
chance,
was
Chuck. It's the wave of the
disgusting.
future. It's the wave of
I'd
the
rather.
future.
I ended up eating the box instead of the pizza.
Every freezer in America is gonna have a cauliflower pizza ready for the oven. I'm just saying. It's wave of the future.
I tried them cauliflower mashed potatoes before. Uh,
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
it kind of like
Yeah.
eating cardboard, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that sounds like a wish.com potato. Like, no.
Yeah, it wasn't good. And
No.
even my wife, who loves vegetables, loves cauliflower, loves broccoli, but I fed her that, and she said, "You can throw this away." She said it was horrible.
Yeah, cauliflower crust could be good. I can imagine like breadsticks, maybe. Limeade. There we go.
they were
I
asking if
like
it was milk. It's salty
deep
limeade is what it is.
fried,
That's why it's somewhat
salty.
opaque. Yeah, I got my.
So it tastes like a warhead? Those little candies. It's sweet, it's salty and sour. Oh
Not
my
really. You
gosh.
don't you don't really taste too much of it. Of the, I mean, it's salty, but the lime juice takes the edge off. Um,
And
it all blends real well together. But it's like
you
a
put
liquid with
maple
salts.
syrup in
I have a
there too,
mixture I've put
right?
together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I use for the
Oh,
sweetener.
Biden has started, Jeff. If you're back, Biden has started.
I put
He's
just a
off getting a
spoonful of
drink.
maple syrup instead of
Mm-hmm.
sugar water or whatever.
Earth to Jeff, Mayday, Jeff. Man down, man down. Please
And
report
down.
for duty.
Yes, sir. Yes. Please report. Your duty station is calling. Your duty station is calling.
He must have been the missing Secret Service guy.
I can see that. Jeff's got the
Let's
glasses
talk
for
of
it.
where we are, how we go forward from here. Thankfully, former Trump is not seriously injured. I spoke with him last night. I'm grateful. He's doing well, and Jill and I.
He said former Trump?
We also
Former
extend our
president.
deepest condolences to the family of the victims who was
I
killed.
didn't hear president.
Corey was a husband, a father, a volunteer firefighter, a hero, sheltering his family from those bullets. We should all hold his family and all those injured in our prayers.
They're MAGAs, though.
Earlier today, I spoke about an ongoing investigation. We do not know the motive of the shooter yet. We don't know his opinions or affiliations. We don't know whether
Well,
he
we
had
know some
help
of
or
them.
support, or if he communicated with anyone else. Law enforcement professionals, as I speak, are investigating those questions. Tonight, I want to speak to what we do know. A former president was shot, an American citizen killed, while simply exercising his freedom to support the candidate of his choosing. We cannot, we must not go down this road in America. We've traveled before.
He's distancing himself from the progressives.
Violence has never been the answer. Whether it's with members of Congress of both parties being targeted and shot, or a violent mob attacking the Capitol on January 6th, or brutal attack
And
on the
other
former
times,
Speaker of the House, Nancy
I
Pelosi,
was.
or information and intimidation on election officials, or the kidnapping plot against the sitting governor, or an attempted assassination on Donald Trump. There is no place in America for this kind
He
of
had to
violence,
throw all that in.
for any violence ever.
Yep.
Period.
Did he mention
No
BLM?
exceptions. We can't allow this violence to be
Chaz.
normalized. You know, the political record in this country has gotten very heated. It's time to cool it down.
Yeah, your
We all have
sides
a
do it too.
responsibility to do that. Yes, we have deeply felt strong disagreements. The stakes in this election are enormously high. I've said it many times.
You said he was a
Choice
threat
in
to
this
democracy.
election,
I have your
this
tweet.
election is going to shape the future of America and the world for decades to come. I believe that with all my soul. I know that millions of my fellow Americans believe it as well. And some have a different view as to the direction our country should take. Disagreement is inevitable in American democracy. It's part of human nature. But politics must never be a literal battlefield.
I thought y'all don't believe in human nature.
Killing field. I believe politics ought to be an arena for peaceful debate.
I love the signer.
To make decisions guided by the Declaration of Independence and our Constitution. We stand for an America, not of extremism and fury, but of decency and grace. All of us now face the time of testing.
Don't tell us how to act.
And the higher the stakes, the more fervent the passions become. This places an added burden on each of us to ensure that no matter how strong our convictions, we must never descend into violence. Republican convention will start tomorrow. I have no doubt they'll criticize my record and offer their own vision for this country. I'll be traveling this week making the case for our record and the vision, my vision of the country, our vision. I'll continue to speak out strongly for our democracy.
You don't know what my vision
Stand up
is.
for our Constitution and the rule of law. To call for action at the ballot box. No violence on our streets. That's how democracy should work. We debate and disagree. We compare and contrast.
Where your side
the
keeps
character
shutting
of the
down
candidates,
speech.
the records, the issues, the agenda, the vision for America. But in America, we resolve our differences at the battle box. You know, that's how we do it, at the battle box, not with bullets. The power to change America should always rest in the hands of the people, not in the hands of a would-be assassin. You know, the path forward through competing visions of the campaign should always be resolved peacefully, not through acts of violence. You know, we're blessed to live in the greatest country on earth, and I believe that with every soul, every power of my being. So tonight, I'm asking every American to recommit, to make America, think about it. What's made America
He almost said it.
here in America?
Great again. He almost said it great again.
And hate must have no
Too late.
safe harbor.
Joe, you going
Here in
viral.
America, we need to get out of our
You're going
silo.
to clip the shit out
We
of that.
only listen to those with whom we agree. Where misinformation is rampant. Where foreign
Yeah, some of us
actors
come from your
fan the
side.
flames of our division to shape the outcomes consistent with their interests, not ours. Let's remember, here in America, while unity is the most elusive of all goals right now, nothing is more important for us now than standing together. We can do this. You know, from the beginning, our founders understood the power of passion. So they created democracy that gave reason and balance a chance to prevail over brute force. That's the American we must be. An American democracy where arguments are made in good faith. An American democracy where the rule of law is respected. An American democracy where decency, dignity, fair play aren't just quaint notions, but living, breathing realities. We owe that to those who come before us, to those who gave their lives for this country. We owe that to ourselves. We owe it to our children and our grandchildren. Look, let's never lose sight of who we are. Let's remember we are the United States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together.
And
God
quit
bless you
dividing the
all.
country.
May God protect our troops.
Now, last week, he's also the one that said Trump should have bullseye on him.
He said very little about Trump. That's it? Oh, okay.
That's it.
It
was
started out okay, and then he lost me a little bit when he tried. Some of that was
Am I
sneaky.
wrong, Philip, or did he almost say "Make America Great Again"?
He almost endorsed President Trump.
He also
And he
said
caught
battle box
himself.
twice. He never
The
actually
battle box?
He never successfully said ballot box. He only ever said battle
I
box.
thought that's what he said. And
What
I
did
know
he
it's
say?
battle box. He's like, that was at the battle box.
Okay, ballot is very similar. I don't know. I don't know.
It is the battle
No,
box.
Yeah, but
And
he
I do
didn't
know
say
at the
ballot. He
beginning,
said battle
he didn't
twice.
say former president. He said former Trump. He didn't say president.
You think he
Former
did?
Trump. I don't know.
Let me go back and
I thought
watch
he
it.
said
There was a
former
minute
president.
where he was struggling with that teleprompter, bro. There was a minute there. He was just like, "Oh, I better get this right."
Yeah,
He was
that
got-
middle
overall
part
A's.
kind of all
He
went.
got the
was a
ballot
little
box mixed
unintelligible.
up with his favorite TV show, Battle Box.
I
was good, though.
I support an experimental proposal that we do settle our differences in elections using battle bots. I support this experimental alternative.
Well, why can't I find it?
Is it gone already?
Well, it's like they went live, and now when I go to play it again, it just shows me the little thumbnail. It doesn't show me the actual video anymore.
Oh, they haven't uploaded it yet. Is what that means.
They have to edit it first. Come on, man.
Oh,
Oh,
so they
you're
took
right.
it.
You're right. You're right. They're going to put ballot box instead of battle box in there. I bet you. You're muted, Philip.
Yeah, how much is converted with AI these days is scary.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's scary.
I seen that dude, KingFillip collection use AI on some of the stuff he's done, and it was. I'd have thought it was Jack talking.
I wish I knew how to do that, how to use AI to make some fun content like that, but I just haven't captured that skill yet. That'd be fun.
Chuck, I just checked it. He did say former Trump.
I thought he did.
Yep.
I'm old.
He didn't say
but my
president. He
ears
just said
still
former
work,
Trump.
as in past tense.
That's in past tense. Yeah.
Yeah.
That could be taken the wrong way.
Wow.
Yeah, Biden's mad. He's got to have dinner tonight with Trump.
Well, maybe
He's
he
like, dude,
meant-
I had my schedule all open. He's not supposed to be here.
Maybe he meant former Trump, as in we got a new Trump now. That's what it is.
Former Trump.
We got a rebuilt bionic Trump after yesterday.
Well, I don't think anyone's going to call it ballot box anymore after this.
It's the battle
Battle
box. Yeah, I like it. Hey, I'd vote if it's the battle box.
Thought that's what he was saying, but I wasn't gonna.
Yep.
Over
Battle box.
talking, but-
Let's go.
Well, the fact that he did it wrong both times is what you're like. Did he really just flub that twice?
I was
Such
watching
a
him
way.
tap dance out of "We Need to Make America Great." Oh, when he retreated on that one, that would have been a killer if he'd have said that.
Yeah.
He could have used safe, make America safe again. That could have worked.
But he tried to make it like his side is not engaging in some of what he was criticizing. And there was a tweet from Biden in June saying Trump is a threat to democracy. We have to do everything we can to stop, et cetera, et cetera.
Well,
From Biden's official Twitter account.
last week he said Trump needs a bullseye on him.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they had to make a list of people who are suspected in hiring this guy, he would be on the list.
It'd be a short
Look,
list.
here it is. Donald Trump is a genuine threat to this nation. He's a threat to our freedom. He's a threat to our democracy. He's literally a threat to everything America stands for. So you bet your ass he walked that back tonight and tried to distance himself from that hateful wing of the party. That's good. Hopefully he doesn't go back to it. Maybe he's seeing some of what we're seeing too.
Well, I think tomorrow we ought to know who the vice presidential pick is going to be.
Maybe it'll be the sniper that
Nothing
got
like
the-
carrying
the
around
shooter.
dead weight.
Make America. Let's just go make America.
Yeah, he stepped in it on that one.
Make America.
I'll
the battle
guarantee
box.
there's going to be a meme out there before the night's over that
Oh, there'll
says
be one
that.
out. There probably already is one.
Oh, they're out now. I can almost
They already
guarantee.
exist. Yeah.
Pull 'em
Good
up.
Lord. I can't even rub stupid
If Hank
sticks
can pull a
together
clip
that
off of
fast.
YouTube in 2 seconds and have a clip made.
Yeah, he didn't say much tonight.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a press conference, but I don't know how much does he actually have to give?
Oh, he knows more than what he's saying he knows.
He didn't stutter too bad, so it was a good speech, though. I mean,
Yeah,
it
I
was
was
good. It was good
impressed with
guided.
it. Other than the content he threw in, I think it was a little disingenuous or not very self-aware.
He did the
That's
low
'cause
power.
they gave him a
You
little
know,
bump
there's that.
before he went live. Or do you remember after the debate, the White House put out that statement that said Biden's normal hours of being any good were between 10 and 4?
Oh, well, this is
10
8 p.m. This is right at the top of the witching hour, just as
Yeah.
he's turning into the pumpkin,
My best
I
hour
the
is if
toad,
I
or
have to
whatever he
be
turns into,
awake.
I
like
couldn't
eight
believe they
between
put
10 and
that
4.
statement out like that.
right at 8 p.m. Like, we'll show you. We're going to get a few more seconds out of this window.
That makes sense why Elon is endorsing Trump now. He controls Trump. They did a Neuralink. They shot a Neuralink at him. Like, he's my president now.
I actually want this conspiracy to be true. If this is the new conspiracy, I wish it were true. That would be a cool world.
First heard here on Gen X Jeff's channel.
I was listening to some Republican YouTube channel this morning, and these guys came up with every bit of 4.5 hours of conspiracy on the assassination.
Oh, yeah, this is
And
going to be the new JFK for a while.
And I'm like, my God, how much drugs did you guys do?
It's a brain thing.
Coming, yeah.
Oh, how far was it getting, Chuck? Like, how far were these conspiracies really getting away from the original story?
Way far.
Oh, I saw a few of them crop up on Discord, and yeah, they are already
That Trump,
bizarre.
that there was a woman that was behind Trump that signaled a guy behind her to signal the shooter when to pull the trigger when Trump's head went to the right position and he gave the little sign to fire away. I'm like, what?
And
the
there's
hell?
one about the Secret Service women themselves that tried to.
Yeah,
There-
I heard there was one that they were watching Trump to throw the signal to shoot.
I laughed that there was, you know.
Which
if
that
the-
makes
if
him even
Trump-
more
If
based.
Trump
If he
agreed to be shot at, where moments before his head was in the way, and just like, I'm going to turn my head and now shoot my ear off, that's more badass than even what he did. So
yeah,
And the kids only own the gun for like 5 months.
well, that seems apparent given that he hasn't practiced.
Yeah.
it.
But you're going to hire someone like that to take practice shots at you?
Well, I think the irritating truth that is, I think I've talked to people and they're reluctant to believe it, but the truth of if you want to manipulate like big systems and politics and stuff, you don't necessarily have to like grab a hold of every little piece and force it into place. The best way to do it is influence, right? It is these things. You don't want to have to hire an assassin. You want to produce a situation where one does it voluntarily, right? Like that's how you want it to happen. That's ideal if you're trying to kind of like tweak things to your preference.
Yeah, I'll remember that next time I want to get shot.
I think one of the funniest ones I've heard that came out real quick was the Russian collusion.
Oh,
Huh?
I got sucked into it because I was following the people on Twitter, the smart people on Twitter that were making it make sense. I'm like, yeah, I totally see it. Yeah, you guys are really smart. Y'all are smart. And
Are
I
you
got
talking about
totally sucked, and it happened within
2016?
days. Like probably like within 2 days, I was knee deep in it after
Just
after he took office. I mean, after the election.
just a little homework would have satisfied that question.
There wasn't a lot of a lot of it. It wasn't a lot of facts. There were these nebulous sets of facts that were purported to be connected. The ultimate, the conspiracy at the top of that one. There's always some shadow group that's running things. It was all of the authoritarian strongmen and their network of crooks and criminals that were finally going to have access to the levers of power, and so our entire system of justice it's all the people that our justice system had kept at bay were finally going to get access to the justice system themselves globally. They were coordinating globally. It was Kim Jong, Putin, the Saudi Arabia guy, Trump, and they were all positioning to take power over all these the spheres of influence they have. And that and in the banking system too, the mob, the organized crime, the transnational organized crime, all of that was going to coordinate and take control of the political power in the planet. And it was scary. And Trump was one of the people helping to facilitate this. And we were going to lose our democracy. We were going to lose our justice system, our ability to. I mean, the crooks were going to be in charge. The criminals.
Was it Saddam Hussein?
No,
Was it the other world leader at the time?
Kushner and that guy, that assassination. Who was it? Just a few years ago. Not Saddam's.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm talking about, Ren? The guy that supposedly got assassinated in Saudi Arabia, that the prince had assassinated. Jared Kushner was somehow involved, and they said Trump.
Oh, that reporter.
No, there was a prince that got assassinated by the king or by
prince.
another prince. It was a rival prince.
I was
And
gonna say,
Jared
I
Kushner was over
vaguely
there.
recall something that sounds about like that. I don't remember details.
Oh, come on, guys. Let me look it up.
But
I don't remember that one.
when you said Kushner and
Masama
I don't
Balata
remember
or somebody.
yeah.
Let me figure out his name. I can't believe it's already been memory hold.
I'm just glad that who's Attorney General Merrick Garland. I'm just glad he didn't make it to the Supreme Court.
Khashoggi, Jamal Khashoggi, the journalist. That was the one. They had chopped up his body, and it was the Prince of Saudi Arabia that did it, and
Turkey,
Jared Kushner was involved. That one.
Wow.
Bin Salman. That's the one I was trying to think of. Yes.
That was in Turkey, yeah.
I remember that now. Yeah, I remember that now.
So they were like killing people to make this. This is their power play once and for all. They were going to get control of the world.
It worked.
It was the Saudi consulate, yeah. Well, it didn't work because none of it was true.
Oh, okay.
And looking back, it was ridiculous to even think it. But it's the fear, I guess, of the centralization of power, or whatever your extreme outgroup is.
As soon as I figured out when they got that FISA warrant against Carter Page, and he went in and told them, and even the CIA said he's working for us.
No, he was working for Russia. He was he had like tried to defect or double agent, or he got caught up in something that they manipulated him
Carter
into.
Page was working for the
No, not
CIA
in the
as an
conspiracy. And I'm
operative.
telling you, Chuck, I'm still not unconvinced. Like, it was not that straightforward, like you were saying. But that's how the conspiracy takes root, because it somehow becomes, it's enough ambiguity to become convincing one way or the other if the right people persuade you of it with the right cherry-picked evidence that
And
they
it's just,
package together in the right narrative.
and it's just enough more, reasonable and sensible of a narrative.
And it was all of the really intelligent people doing it, like some of the top journalists at some of the top papers that I followed. They had already established trust in them as a source, and multiple people were saying the same thing and kind of corroborating each other. So it really made, like, all the smart people were seeing the same thing and connecting the same dots, and that lent it additional credibility.
I like doing that, letting the smart people connect the dots. It's they do so much more work than I do. They deserve all that credit, bro.
It's the spur. It's probably Spurs.
So it's one of my downfall character traits, though. I need to get better at doing my own research.
What do you like, rabbit holes?
No, I like people doing their own work. I'm getting tired of going down rabbit holes.
Yeah, I hear that.
That's what I gave up on fighting religion, because I realized there were smarter people out there debating it, that were agnostic, that actually converted, and these were super geniuses, that are like recognized in colleges, and these are professors. That's all they do is debate against it, and they all converted. And I'm like, whoa, they obviously recognize something, or something clicked. I let them do all the work. I'm not going to argue with their all their historical knowledge and everything. It's pretty amazing what research they've done in religions, and to come up with these conclusions. It's amazing the PhDs these guys have.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I have to do all my work. I have to go. I always say I have to, take the long way around. It's like, okay, really big questions. I'm like, all right, give me 10 years and come back to me.
no, but I'm completely impressed by the people who can do that. Like, for example, I build homes, but I work for a company that does all the licensing for me. So I don't need to get my own license to build the homes. I don't need to get my own permits. I need to do all that. They do all that for me. So
Oh wow.
so I just got to be the body to help drive the men and the schedule and the install and delivery of parts. So,
Get like
and
a management company.
yeah. We're the
Okay.
general contractors.
I gotcha.
Yeah. And so the company did all that for me. I don't have to do all that. If there is somebody who doesn't pay, then they go to court for them. They go
Oh,
to court.
that's one less headache for sure.
Yeah, I eliminate headaches. That's like where I'm really good at, is eliminating headaches. But unfortunately, it's one of those things where I also limit my scope, or my ability to know more than I need to.
We lost Jeff again.
Oh no, I'm back.
There
I
it is.
forgot I
Yeah,
had
less
my pizza
liability.
in the oven.
Do you know who Zetetic Warrior is, Jeff?
Yeah, I saw that clip of Midbro and him going there. I don't know him, but
Did you see the short or the clip? The entire
short.
clip.
The like 30-second one.
Okay, I watched the whole clip.
Yeah, I
Ooh.
relate. I don't know what happened, but I related to Midbro because it sounded like whatever was happening to him was the same shit they tried to do with me, because he was having the same reactions, saying the same type of stuff.
And he wasn't having it.
Yep.
He was
I
on
related to him. I'm like, I don't know what you did, but I know that stance that you're in right now, and they're probably fucking with you somehow.
It was on Nachiketa's channel.
Oh wow.
It was
He's
flat
doing
Earth,
great lately.
flat Earth versus round Earth.
That's what
And he
started
wasn't
it
even.
off.
Yeah, he just asked a question. Could somebody explain flat Earth the thinking to me because I
Yeah,
really
that
want to
sounds like
know.
Barney.
And they jumped down his throat.
Mm-hmm. Because I'm telling you, there's like normal, rational stuff going on, but there's this group like monkeys around the watering hole and however group dynamics work. And when new monkeys come to that watering hole, this weird group dynamic stuff happens that has nothing to do with the content, the intellectual content of the panel.
Yeah, that
And,
definitely happens.
and they kept hitting him with, we don't have to prove flat Earth. You got to prove round Earth. And he said, that wasn't my question. And they wouldn't get off of it. And he just lost it.
I find, I don't know if it's intentional, but some people are either very poor at listening, they mislisten, they intentionally don't hear or whatever, and then they run with whatever they hear instead of what you actually said, and they get their little group to also go along with their version of what you said.
And he clarified the
I hate
question
that.
at least 6 times. And they just, whoo, it was bad.
And then the wigs came flying. I saw it.
Yep.
It was affecting my mental health to talk about the shape of the earth, so I gave up. Well, I wasn't making friends. I was a disagreeable person at the time. So that's one of the traits I was projecting was disagreeableness, and I
Right,
wasn't making
right.
friends.
Are you a flat
So-
earther?
Well, I was a flat earther until I realized that there's people who dedicate their life, and it's literally their jobs and careers to study the shape of the earth. They've gone to school. They've spent 20, 30 years of their life specializing in this and have science to back it up. I have zero. I've done zero research academically to challenge them.
Wow. That kind of intellectual humility is, I'm in awe. I'm feeling awe right now.
How
So
dare you not question and trust them like that?
go kick rocks, Chuck.
No, that's usually the argument that I get is how dare you trust anybody that's in the government or in
Well,
science.
some of it is this myth or misconception that science is this accumulated body of authoritative knowledge. It's a method. It's a technique for determining which beliefs to discard or which beliefs to continue with. It's tentative and it's constantly changing. So it's not dogma. And they make this argument as though flat round Earth is dogma that's being decreed from on high that we're buying into and believing, and that science is not a method where we can just test for ourselves whether to continue hanging on to that belief or not. My impression of the ones I've talked to, and a lot of the panelverse in general, especially the conspiracy side, is they may not have got through more than 4th, maybe 5th grade science class. Just the fundamentals of science. They did not seem to have picked up.
Yes. And until they realize that, there's nothing we can do for them.
No, I know. Yeah, no. I grew up with arguing with Christians my whole life. I know there's very little that the conversation will progress.
Just reminds there's so many moments in life where I just want to sigh and go, but physics. And then I realize, and then I remember that wait, no, physics isn't just like a natural understanding, or isn't. Not everybody has just a basic understanding of physics intuitively.
Yeah, it's not a simple classroom conversation.
And I think things like truth work for the physical world and stuff like that runs on reality and truth. But I think the psychological world, it runs more on belief than truth. And I think if people can separate those two needs or types of truth.
or just accept that they can believe something that isn't true, and that's okay.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. In
Yes.
fact,
you-
not only can they, I think we do. I think it's unavoidable as human. I
Well,
don't
they
think
do,
there's a
but
single
they-
one of
yeah.
us that 100% are not running off of belief in some way.
it's necessary. But the denial is that if I believe it, it must be true. I must believe it to. If I'm going to believe it, I must believe it to be true.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And the thing is, like, you have to operate on beliefs.
It's
to
why
operate
you're
at all.
believing it. Like if you're looking for correspondence to reality, that's the truth type I'm talking about. But I don't think that necessarily applies to a lot of the human problems and situations we find ourselves in. So I think belief, like seeking truth in that situation, may not be the best approach.
Yeah.
It's more sorting out beliefs and which beliefs work, why you believe beliefs you do, even if they're not true, etc. So it's like bringing the truth standard into those problems. I don't think is necessarily the most helpful thing. But
Well,
understanding
what
when to bring it in is, and what your truth needs are.
You know what a mass spectrometer is?
Mhm.
Yeah, it is. Doesn't is that the one that does the light or the gas?
Gas. The
Yeah.
gas. You can put any gas into it, and it'll tell you what its composition is.
Yeah.
And that's, in fact, that's what I went to Pittsburgh for those 2 weeks of school. And I tried to use that as a basis for science on one of these arguments. And they go, well, you're already stupid. And I said, how's that? They said, you believe in gases. And I closed up shop, said, I'll see you later.
Yeah.
I
There's
mean-
nothing you can do for that.
It's like, wait till we talk about plasma.
It don't exist. If you can't prove it, it ain't there.
But you can
Well,
prove
that's
it.
like-
They just their
A lot of-
metrics for proof are kind of bizarre sometimes.
A lot of people don't realize where the internet protocol, HTTP and that, actually came from the CERN project. That's how they were using to communicate with each other on the various parts of the CERN project.
Oh
the
yeah.
protocol. Yeah. And they just adapted it to the entire internet when they decided to release the whole internet world.
That makes sense.
I just thought it was fascinating. Because I always thought, okay, they developed the internet, so therefore they developed this protocol for the internet specifically. And it had already been developed and applied to the thing we call the internet.
Yeah.
I don't know,
computer
I'm so
developers are
simple
never
for
that
some
tiny.
reason. Plasma sounds like a word from the future. Oh man, I like that word.
I think of those plasma balls.
Yeah, like
this
it's
eye of
like
the
a-
storm.
Plasma transportation sounds like something that's like floating over something. Like it sounds cool. I wish we could have more plasma. Plasma TVs were cool. Plasma
Till
ray
they
gun.
broke. Till they
Yeah,
broke.
until it broke. Yeah, right. Leaking plasma everywhere is not a good thing.
You let that plasma out, it's hard to catch. Yep, there's people with far bigger brains than I got. I'm with you on that one, Philip.
Now, all right. So this is kind of fun. Where do you guys want technology to go if you could have control over it? I know it's a broad question, but I think if you guys
Oh,
think
I could
about
say.
it, thank you.
I want Google Maps, but I want to be able to see inside the homes and what the people are doing and how so I could just zoom into anywhere in the world. Just like
Holy
StreamYard,
shit.
but like we
He's a-
show each other walking
He's a
around.
voyeur.
Yes, I want to see. I could. You would never see me again. I would be in front of that computer all day long watching people and how they.
They already got that, Jeff.
So yeah, Batman. Was it The Dark Knight when
No.
Mr. Fox is in that room with that machine? They go,
Oh yeah.
This sort of yeah. That'd be Jeff over there, sitting in that room all day. His Cheeto fingers, his Mountain Dew cans. Those
These
chicken
food-
wings?
It's pizza.
Oh, okay.
You better go get you some
don't you?
food.
You always eat pizza. No, I can hold out. I'm trying to lose weight, so this is why I guess
well,
this
you
could
gotta
be
eat something tonight.
what's that called? Fasting. I'm fasting.
Fasting.
Yeah, I'm fasting for a
Oh.
couple more hours. But I had breakfast, so I'm good. I like McMuffins. I don't know, something about the
McMuffins, egg
yes,
McMuffins.
yeah. Something about the English muffin with the sausage and the it's good, bro.
Oh, I
It's
like the
good.
Canadian bacon on there.
Okay. Starbucks has those, like their little version of it. I used to get all the time.
Mhm.
Yeah, for 3 times the price.
I don't know how much are egg McMuffins now. I haven't had one in like
They're
50
$4.
years.
They're 4 actually. I think.
Oh my god, they were
Yeah,
like
they say.
89 cents or something
Yeah,
last time I had one.
they've gone up.
Yeah, my
Yeah,
dad said
damn.
like an egg McMuffin, like meal with a large coffee. Because every now and then, like when he's traveling or something, he'll get one. And he was like, it used to be like 5.30 or something, and he's like, it's nearly $10 now.
What is?
Whoa.
No,
Like
so
an egg McMuffin breakfast and a large coffee at McDonald's is like $10.
So apparently, I guess
Ooh.
there was a wage
Crazy.
increase in California to $20 for minimum wage
Yep.
workers in fast
Yep.
food, and so McDonald's compensated, and they got a lot of flack for it, and their prices are high. I like their food, but the prices are high.
Damn. Oh, they have
That
a bacon
sucks.
Gouda?
Yes, that is good.
Yeah, the egg bites. And
Oh,
those
the
are
egg bites. Yeah,
I like the
Yeah.
egg
did
bites.
have those.
Yep.
Yeah, they have a
egg
bacon
bites.
Gouda like sandwich I've had.
I like the ones with the brie one. It's like brie or something like that. Red onions or red potatoes, brie, and something. They're
Oh, I
good.
don't think I had that one.
Yeah, Starbucks
you
is
can get
legit,
like
bro.
the egg bites like in the like frozen ones at like Costco now.
I heard a story about a kid
Have
and
them
his
at home.
family invested into Starbucks because their last name was Starbucks before they got big, and then they got big and they made a lot of money invested into Starbucks. It was pretty cool.
Really?
Yeah, just because the last name was the same as the
Ugh.
company's.
I like McDonald's coffee better, actually.
Ooh, I
And-
hate McDonald's coffee.
Or at least I did. I haven't set foot in McDonald's in, like I said, probably a million years. But in Seattle, there's almost no McDonald's. There's like one downtown that all the drug people hang out. Starbucks is the McDonald's. That is the Seattle version of McDonald's.
Was
Well,
McDonald's the first company to go woke? Because you remember Super Size Me, right? So they changed because of a movie that influenced the.
I thought the
they
movie
went
was
woke.
named after like after the McDonald's.
Right.
campaign.
And they,
Supersized meal, yeah.
yeah, and they canceled the Super Size Meal after that movie.
Oh, they
Because the-
did?
Because of the Karens were saying this is an unhealthy place. That they canceled
Damn.
Supersize that
Wasn't that
option
the-
because of that movie.
Wasn't that the movie where the guy ate McDonald's for a year?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard the guy didn't make
Morgan
it.
Spillman, something.
Yeah, I heard the guy didn't make it. I heard
He did a
tried
few
to,
other documentaries.
and it's all gone down. Like,
Morgan
he's-
Spurlock.
Yeah, he didn't do good.
The thing I hated about the when the pandemic or whatever you call it came along.
Oh, he
was-
did? He passed away?
Yeah, that's what I mean. He didn't make it. He didn't make it.
Well, Shannon Daughtery died this morning.
Yeah, I saw that.
Who did?
Shannon Doherty
Shannon-
from Beverly Hills 90210.
Oh,
In fact,
was
she was the
15,
top headline,
30.
and then the Trump shooting was underneath her this morning.
Richard Simmons died yesterday, I think.
Yep. And there was a third one. Who was it?
Dr. Ruth Westheimer.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been to the original Starbucks in Seattle. It's
Well-
downtown by the Pike Market. It's a little kind of tiny
Well,
marketplace.
When the pandemic hit, and all these restaurants, whether they were fast food or sit down ones, when they all shrunk their menus down, because I used to eat a lot of salads from McDonald's. They got rid of those. They don't carry those no
They
more.
had good salads. They had the big,
Yeah, a lot-
the big. You can make a meal of them.
I mean, you can even go into Waffle House now, and they got a very limited menu. Nothing like they used to have.
And this was
Denny's?
post-pandemic.
Well, yeah, this is when the pandemic hit,
Hmm.
and the supply shortage on stuff. a lot of restaurants downsized their menus because they couldn't get all the items they needed. And then when the pandemic was basically over, nobody's expanded their menu back to what it used to be. Or they're just now starting to at some
Yeah.
places.
They're starting to feel comfortable now to expand menu.
Because
Just
was
starting
it
to feel comfortable.
Yeah, McDonald's just added the bagel back, didn't they? I
Yeah,
think.
it's pretty good, dude. Yeah, yeah, it's expensive, but it's good. Yeah, we're just now. Yeah, everything's just settling. Like people were forgetting we had a pandemic. Planned. Yeah, it was interesting.
Yeah,
The
I'm
company I
telling
worked
you.
for somehow lobbied somehow lobbied
E- Essential business.
mm-hmm. Yep. Yep, we were essential business, dude. I stayed at I was it was strange driving on the freeway. I thought I was gonna get pulled over just for driving on the freeway, but the cops were like, "Nah, we don't want to deal with nobody." Court shut down. That was weird.
Oh yeah. My house burned down like a week before they shut everything down in early, what was that, 2020?
Yeah, March of
And
2020.
yeah,
Couldn't fix it for a year.
I couldn't get anything done. No paperwork, no insurance settlement, nothing. The courts were closed. Everything was shut down. That was a pain in the ass.
Whoa, plasma void bring not plasma, but was it knots? Not lots? Brings up a good point. I forgot about that. It was
What's that?
the biggest transfer of wealth from poor
He's a
to rich.
conspiracy theorist. You think
They
it was
think so.
Poor
intentionally
to the
planned so
rich.
rich people can grab all the money?
No, not intentionally planned, but it did happen.
Oh, they
That
exploited the
was
opportunity.
one of the
But isn't that
effects.
what
How do you
business does?
how do
Exploits
you
opportunity.
figure it transferred from the poor to the rich?
I don't know. I'd never been wealthier in my life, dude.
They gave
During
out
the
more
pandemic.
money during that to people in unemployment, and then the
Yeah.
stimulus check, free money. Well, it wasn't free, but
Oh, that's a
they
cool.
didn't
There you
have to
go.
work. They didn't have to
They
work to
told us,
get
they
it.
paid us not to work. They didn't want us to work. They told us not to
Exactly.
work. We will pay you to stay home and not work.
What do you think about that?
Okay.
Do you guys get that little check?
Mm-hmm.
Was it? What do you think about the amount? Was it a
I
good
loved it.
amount? Was it a bad amount?
What
Like
little check?
You talking
the
about the stimulus or the monthly unemployment? Oh,
yeah, the stimulus check. Like it didn't like that
especially at the time when it was so uncertain and nobody knows what the future was
it
going to.
only
Having
covered
that,
1 month, maybe. If for me, that only covered 1 month, maybe. For other
just
people, it didn't
to
cover
have it at
anything.
all was like at least a little bit of reassurance that whatever's going on here, you have at least this.
Oh, so you just thought it was just an overall good. All right, cool.
Well, the funny part was you really couldn't spend it nowhere but what, Amazon? You had to order
Yeah, and
everything.
takeout and grocery delivery, and like we hardly ever
My Walmart stayed
left the
open.
house.
Walmart
Did
stayed
it?
open. Yeah, that was considered an essential business. I don't know if Target stayed open, but I know Walmart stayed open, which was
You know the
right.
You know the restaurant that was considered essential business?
Jack in a
Waffle
Box.
House.
Oh,
Waffle House.
I was like Jack in the Box, bro.
And there's probably
Cinnamon
reasons.
tacos.
I don't think people were throwing darts at maps, just saying, "Oh, this is an essential business. This is not." They probably had some kind of rationale behind it, and a lot of it was determined at the local level. I think.
Yeah.
A lot of businesses stayed open, and no one enforced it, so they were able to work. It was interesting times, bro. It was
Oh,
interesting
really?
times.
Illinois, we had a bunch of trouble with it when I lived in Illinois.
We have a
They were
little.
sending goon squads out to shut the business down if they were open.
Yeah, our little bully governor tried that with her little state police Gestapo, but that doesn't go over so
Yep.
well in an ornery rural state. But if she didn't like you, or it was part of the state she didn't like, yeah, she would send her little thugs
Are you
out
Arizona or
there.
New Mexico?
New Mexico,
Okay. Baldwin country.
yeah.
That was
My
a
God.
joke.
Yeah.
That was a joke.
Oh, I've actually been to that movie ranch. Well, was
Yeah,
funny.
you said you had a little stint there as an extra or
Yeah.
something.
I thought it was weird. I was like, I've seen that when I saw the videos from it. I'm like, I've seen that building before, and I'm like, oh yeah.
I was
It's a
in
big
2
state, but
movies.
it's a small state, right? It's like
Yeah.
there's not a lot of people here, but we're used to moving around. Like I always, you know,
Yeah, I
we
made it
put the
into 2
miles on the
movies,
vehicles
but
out
you'd
here.
be hard pressed to find me.
You were in some movies?
2 Bill Murray movies.
You were in 2 Bill Murray movies?
Yeah.
What did you play?
When he made the
Creed.
movie Stripes, we
Chuck,
were.
you have to have those clips on like standby, bro.
Oh well.
Okay, so the movie what?
What was- Stripes.
Okay.
You know, the army-based movie that he did. I was in basic training, and they had us running around as part of the movie extra. We didn't get paid for it. And then the other time was at the steel mill I worked at in Illinois when he made the movie Larger Than Life, the one with the elephant where he's transferring the elephant from one coast to the other coast. He was funny as hell, though. He's a funny guy. I think I made $25 off of that.
Wait, what? I missed it. What was the second movie?
Larger Than Life.
Who was
It was
that?
the one, Bill Murray. It was the one where he had to move the elephant from like the west coast to the east coast or something like that.
What did you do with that movie?
God, I don't even remember now. I think I was a patron eating in the restaurant.
Oh, so just like a background person.
Yeah. Yeah. Made
You were the old
$25.
guy in the rocking chair sitting in front of the convenience store, whittling and smoking.
I was quite a bit
hand
younger
rolled
then,
cigarettes.
Jeff.
You were
I was
what?
quite a bit younger. I was quite a bit younger then.
Oh, okay.
But why he would choose a steel mill to shoot part of a movie at was beyond my comprehension.
That's why they get the big bucks.
It just makes
Thanks
me
for
realize
sharing
that
that.
there's more than one movie about moving an elephant long distances.
Yeah.
What's that?
I said, so there's more than one movie about moving an elephant, you know, some
Yep.
distance across the country.
It was called Larger Than Life. Now, when they were shooting it, it was called Double Nickel.
Yeah, I was gonna
But
say,
they
what was
changed
it?
the title.
Smokey and the Bandit 2. Wasn't that the plot of Smokey and the Bandit 2? They were like moving an elephant or something?
Booze, wasn't it? I don't remember
well, that's
now.
Smokey and the Bandit 1, because they had to move the booze from Texarkana to
Texas or
no, from Texas. They went to Texas to get the booze.
God.
And then they had to bring it back to like Georgia or Alabama or somewhere. And then Smokey and the Bandit 2, I swear they were moving an elephant or something.
That I
remember.
can't. I'm old. I can't remember.
I remember a military movie, like a comedy military movie where they were trying to drop an elephant. I remember correctly.
Operation Dumbo Drop.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that's why I was like, I'm pretty sure it's that, but I was like, it can't be that.
Wasn't that
title?
Wasn't that
Nope,
Mel
that was the
Gibson?
title.
I don't
Was that
remember.
Mel Gibson?
It might have been, bro. It might have been, but I was like, yeah, I know there's that one. Either way, they made some classic dumb movies back in the day.
Oh
Wish they
yeah.
had more freedom today. Just dumb classic movies.
And everybody wants to try to relate. I'm talking about today. They want to relate reality to a movie, as opposed to forgetting that all movie is about escapism. It's not about reality. You know?
Right. I don't go to the movie theater to hear about politics.
Yeah, Bandit and Cletus are transporting an elephant to the GOP National Convention.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's the
That makes
Smokey
sense.
and the
Yeah.
Bandit too.
Yeah. That's awesome. That's like a classic movie right there.
It is.
Yeah. Simple classic movie. And it's funny that the Democrats, Republicans are elephants, right? Or
Right.
Democrats.
Yeah.
No,
Democrats
Republicans
are
are
jacket.
Yeah,
Republicans
yeah.
are elephants, jackasses, right?
And did they transfer it from the East Coast to the West Coast, as they say in the movie? It seemed that's if I remember correctly, or was it like not that the elephant?
Because they go from. Okay, so Smokey and the Bandit 1 is they're headed east, right? Because the song is
Yeah,
eastbound and down.
eastbound and down, loaded up in
Smokey and
trucking.
the Bandit 2, they're going back to Texas because it's
Oh,
Texas bound and flying. They go back the other direction. It's like the same route.
Mm.
So they're
mm-hmm.
I think 2 they're headed west.
Yeah, yeah. They definitely can make a new version of that with that. Yeah, I think they could have fun making a new version of that with a new actor. The Smoking the Bandit series. Just outlaws.
Yeah,
People love enjoying watching outlaws have fun, and just being clever with cops. Look how the Fast and the Furious series did. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, people love outlaw movies or cops being outlaws. So that's what I would do. Have fun with that. All right, you guys saw the new Top Gun, right?
no.
You haven't
Oh,
seen the new
Maverick?
Top Gun?
No,
You're
I
muted,
haven't.
Jeff. You're muted.
He's eating.
The one that came out a few years ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, am I wrong to think it's Star Wars, the first one? Oh no, it's like Star Wars where they do the when they attack the Death Star. They're going down a narrow canal with guns, shooting at them like this, like 3 planes. Going down the narrow canal. The guy comes down with the super jet, and they outdo him, which would be Darth Vader, and then he shoots the missile into the little hole and blows up the base. I mean, like, damn, that's like Star Wars in a box right there. I was like, that was pretty sad, but people
Well,
they enjoyed that movie.
there's an old World War II movie where they have to recruit volunteers to fly this bomber. Basically, the same type of mission you're talking about, where they got to fly through this gorge or canyon or whatever, and they're getting shot at the whole way in order to put the missile into the dam in a particular spot, blow it up. And that
Yeah,
was from the 40s, I think.
yeah.
So
So
it's not
Star Wars, still, yeah.
it's not a new idea. They just do they just do remakes on various things.
It was a good movie. I enjoyed Top Gun. I was just like, it just seemed too similar, and I was like, geez, I recognize that in a heartbeat, bro.
You're talking about the second one, right? Maverick? Okay. I hadn't
Mhm.
seen it yet. I just couldn't choke down Tom Cruise at the time.
That's a good movie. It's worth watching. I love the stories that come off of the movies, like the lore that comes off the movies.
Yeah, the first one was fantastic, I thought.
Yeah.
First Top Gun. That was when they was first coming out with surround sound for your house. And that was always the movie that they demoed the surround sound with, was Top Gun.
It's funny. It's like if I remember correctly, any movie that came out with that THQ surround sound entry, I was like, it's good. This is gonna be a good movie, bro. It's got THQ. It's got that.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I'm a little older than you guys, but I remember when I worked in electronics, but when they came out with quadraphonic stereo systems, the only problem is the human being cannot hear in quad.
Right.
It was a waste of money. It was a waste of technology.
Well, that's what I heard about 8K. We can't see in 8K.
Not lies. You can come up and I'll argue any of the points you want. I'm doing it now. I'm already debunking your argument because you just said it was
8K.
your personal understanding. That's all I need to know. Your personal understanding is not infallible. You're not exempt from having your beliefs critically examined by other people before we accept it as truth. So there's nowhere to go from here.
Argue at least one of my arguments.
I'm not. You're the one making points. I don't have any points to make. I'm making all my points verbally on the stream as they come up.
Yeah, Jeff. Are you one of those people who enjoy pizza with sauce, like ranch? Like, my pizza don't need ranch, bro. If I get a good pizza, I don't need
What
ranch.
pizza and ranch?
Some people eat pizza with ranch.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
I've
they
never-
they dip their pizza in ranch sauce. I know
like
what you're talking
the
about.
the pizza with the meat and the tomato sauce and everything in the ranch. That sounds
Yeah.
nasty.
Okay, see,
Or they put it on it.
You could have said no.
Oh, I can see like doing the crust, like dipping the end of the crust, like they have those little dipping sauces. But I don't.
I've seen it with it on the pizza.
Oh, see,
Yeah, they have
buffalo
that white
chicken
sauce pizza.
Oh,
It's
maybe
okay.
that's what people are doing. There's a buffalo chicken pizza, so
Mm.
that kind of makes. I could see that. I could see that. Good.
There's also one with white sauce, chicken and white sauce.
Yep.
That might lend itself
Like
to
a-
ranch.
Like an Alfredo pizza.
Yeah, kind of.
Have you tried the barbecue pizza?
Oh, I love the barbecue pizza.
It's not bad.
It's too sweet for me.
It is.
I like
sweet,
a
but it's
tangy
not bad.
sauce, not a sweet sauce.
Yeah. To me, I don't. If it's good barbecue, it don't need sauce. No sauce.
No sauce.
No sauce. The sauce is good, but barbecue is like why? Just give me
Yeah, but you got a good flavor to it. You don't need
Yeah.
no sauce.
no sauce.
Not lost. To debunk you, I would need to know what facts you're basing your interpretation. I can't debunk you without knowing the details. That's what I would
What are we-
debunk. Is the details.
What are we arguing about, Jeff?
What's the topic? I will wait.
Oh,
for the
let me
topic.
find it. He's
Yeah, I'm lost too, Philip. I'm like,
he has this whole narrative of a conspiracy narrative about COVID.
Oh, is that a safe TOS topic now? I heard it was. I actually heard it is safe now.
I've never gotten anything.
yeah, so far Jeff's been
This is part of it.
Right.
I'm not going to post the whole thing because it's all of the comments. But that they saw an opportunity to do something which to me sounds like illegal, and exploit and screw the rest of us to make all
Oh.
this money.
that's why a couple of them congressmen quit that did
But I think he
cash
thinks
in.
it was a global, like every rich person in the world got together and said, "This is our chance, boys. Let's do this stock maneuver
No.
and rob the poor people." And then he also claims that the common man worked and died during COVID while the rich people got fat and richer. I'm sure rich people died, and I'm one of those common people. Most people I know didn't work. We just talked about we were paid to stay home and not work unless it was essential services. So most of us were not dying and working for the rich during COVID. And you're in Canada looking all this from the outside looking in. This is your brain picking up little facts wherever they come from and putting together in a story and then trying to pass it off as truth. Have you seen how that fares well on this channel?
Is Andrew Wilson Canadian?
No.
He's Irish.
Oh,
Well,
I
he
thought I
was
heard
talking about the debate would have been in Maine or something like that, right?
Michigan.
Michigan, yeah, with base work school. So I'm guessing he's from Michigan.
Okay.
All you're doing is spitting out a story. You're not giving details or anything. You're just telling us a narrative of
He's
what
just
you
jealous
think happened.
because we America handled it better than Canada did.
You have a valid point if you could back it up with some evidence. That's what makes a point valid, not your nationality.
So what do you think about this, though, Jeff? That the stimulus check didn't do anything for us because we just put it back into the economy. You know what I mean? So it was like a cycle. Like it just appeared to do something, but it just went. It paid out, but it went right back into the government with all the
Well,
taxes. we
not
paid
at-
up for all the items
Not at
we-
first, it didn't. That was the
Okay.
big complaint. They gave everybody the money, and the people sat on it because they was afraid that they would need it down the road, and they weren't spending it.
Which was a reasonable fear at the time.
And
Well,
then
yeah.
these people who produced the vaccines, the government actually paid them, and then the government was invested it into their stocks.
Do you want us to not have a vaccine?
No, but I'm just trying to help out his point. You know, I personally don't care, but to me, that is the rich. You know, like
So we're the rich being the elite government saying, hey, we're going to pay you, and because we have a lock on this, there's no one else who can do it. We're going to pay you. This has to happen.
Right. Their service became very valuable at that moment.
And then because of the service being paid, their stocks go up, and then the government makes money as a money transfer. So they took it out of our taxes and put it into their pockets.
It's being framed as a money transfer. That's not technically what a money transfer is. It's being cast as a money transfer. It's actually just the market at work.
Correct. It is the market at work. Yes, correct.
And not lost. This is what would help me the way my brain works. If you have like articles, papers, particularly if they have references, footnotes where I could follow other sources. Sometimes Wikipedia is good for that if you have a Wikipedia article on this, and also primary sources. If you have actual documents or something of this happening, like that's what I really go off of the most.
I am curious, and though, like I actually don't know how the world was affected by what happened during that time of P19. I guess I could say,
it was the fear of the unknown.
It was the unknown. It wasn't pretend unknown. We did not.
It was a real unknown.
Well, like for example, we had the resources to buy masks. We had the resources for hand sanitizer. We had the resources for we had resources. Like for example, I can imagine like maybe a third world country, but there was no resources. How'd they handle
China would there for a while. China wouldn't ship any of that because all of that came from China originally. Because we outsourced all that, the mask, the sanitizer.
I want to disagree with Not Lost here, and I'm going to appeal to no less than Socrates. Epistemologically, the person closest to the situation is the superior witness or eyewitness, and the further removed you are from a situation, you have less. It's less likely that you have direct knowledge or awareness of the situation. So you're making the claim that the further you are from a situation, the more knowledge you have, because you can see it from a perspective that the people on the ground cannot. But Socrates worked through this and concluded the others. So like I said, you're not infallible. You're going to have to wrestle it out with Socrates.
I tried that. For me personally, I can kind of relate with that. With for some reason, I thought just being an empty cup and walking through a situation, being an empty cup and not having any kind of bias was healthy. But at the same time, walking into a situation with experience and knowledge is way more safer.
Daniel, did you see him bring? First of all, this is not true, Daniel. So you're not telling the truth right now either. You would have to show me these two. You're making a claim, so you would have to show me multiple, very numerous, repeated occasions where people have brought up power brokers doing nefarious things, and you'd have to show me that concrete evidence, and then where I still bitch out, whatever that means. And you bitch out here all the time. So some of this is projection. I think what's happened is you're seeing somebody else similar to yourself, and you're attacking me for things that you demonstrate in these comments all the time. Every day you're here all day long. So let's get all that cleared straight. Or I don't know what your orientation is, but at least clear. Right. But that's like if I purported to tell you, this is what happens with like, you know how many not straight experts there were on homosexuality that were telling us what it was like to be gay and what we needed to know about being gay, and how many experts on autism that are not autistic, that study us from a distance, are convinced that they're the experts on us. I do not accept this your epistemology at all. You can have a perspective. It's a partial perspective because you don't have direct access to the experience that I have on the ground. You're looking at it from afar. You admitted that. So you have a perspective, and you can offer that perspective. And then I can take that and maybe synthesize it with my experience on the ground and arrive at a broader picture. But just you looking outside along from afar and then setting up as superior to my direct experience, no. Well, I said, Daniel, I said how you would, you keep saying it's true. I said how you would have to actually demonstrate. I walked you through it. You'd have to show me. You're probably talking about streams because that's the only place I encounter you really. So you're probably talking about some streams where I was a disingenuous, cognitive dissonant jackass, whatever. Oracle, right. They did. That's all on video. They were the ones trying to gaslight. They absolutely did. If you go, I'll tell you the timestamp. It's about the 6-hour mark from last night's stream, about 5:55, where Dutchie starts to ask me about why I don't trust the government, and she gives her opinion, and then I correct that opinion, and I'm like, no, this is why I don't trust the government. And Denizen cuts in right at that moment, and he says several things. He says, no, that's faith-based. I was giving my experience. So the reason I don't trust the government is based on my experience with it. And Dennis says, no, it's faith-based. I said it's empiricism. He says, no, it's not. And then he says, it's already, what you just said has already been disproven. So he said all of those things. And then he spent the rest of the stream denying that he said any of that. And I was somehow personalizing something that wasn't personal, like you're doing here. So you've bought into the Den side of the narrative. So I bet if you go back and watch that video, we could do it now on stream if you want. You'll see what I'm talking about. And what I kept insisting happened actually did happen. So I think you're the one that's confused or has been gaslighted or been suckered into Den's version. Because to me, Ren, Chuck, Animated Effigy, and me were tracking the same exact conversation. And then Den was on a different, I don't know what Den was up to. And then when Oracle came in separately, I don't know if he was watching or if separately he came in and did the same thing. But the two of them were trying to pretend like I was mistaking something for personal that they meant as general. And that is absolutely not the way it was presented each time. So they both tried to gaslight there. And then half of the comments bought into their version of it. But it seemed like Ren, Animated Effigy, Chuck, and I were all on the same page. And we saw what I was sawing and what I saw on the stream when I went back and watched it. So you'd have to show me because I don't know what you're talking about here. In fact, I will pull up the stream. You're making a lot of claims, but you're not backing them up with anything. And you're using a lot of names and you're intelligent. I know you know what I'm talking about. You know, and people that watch the stream and see this can see that what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Jeff, just double checking. Are you sure you want to get into this?
I want to show this one little clip because I'm being painted a certain way that I think is very unfair if you watch the clip. So if it doesn't change Daniel's mind, I at least want it out there for the viewers so they can see what I'm talking about.
Thank you. Just double checking, my friend.
Good call, Philip.
Let me just find it.
Well, I'm kind of curious. I wonder if the U.S. and Canada will always have a border. We're all, we're so similar. I don't even know how the border got established. You know what I mean? Like, we're so similar.
Well, didn't Canada belong to France at one time, or was it British?
It was both. And that's why there's such a heavy. It was such a heavy French influence. I thought. I don't know. Maybe Not can let us know more about Canadian history. I thought the French had the west part of Canada, like the north, west, south, west, all that region, and the British more had the east, northeast of Canada.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and refresh my history.
And so that's where, and then so the French territories agreed, but didn't really give up their nationality, and that's so.
Okay, it's not that he was a dick. It was some gaslighting that was engaged in. That's beyond dickery. That's some. I don't know what that was about. So let's see if you're right, Daniel. I have the clip.
All right, you're our neutral judge.
Yeah, Dennison has a great heart, dude. He's got a great heart.
Well, then explain what happened last night when he got half the chat to do a pylon of me and try to gaslight me that the conversation I said happened didn't happen. Explain the kind heart. What? Let's watch it.
People have kind hearts, but have moments.
I think we have different dogma.
Seems almost impossible.
I'm a skeptic. I don't have
completely improbable.
No, I don't. Your dogma is the official narrative.
It's not dogma. It's not dogma. You're calling it
100%
dogma
it is.
doesn't make it dogma.
It absolutely is dogma.
See,
I
already he's
personally
being
think-
dogmatic here while calling me
can I just give
dogmatic.
my opinion on this, and you don't have to take it to heart, Jeff? Whatever, like it's
Hang on, I
not
want to make it insisting over and over that something is dogma.
meant as a slight or whatever. You guys will never agree. You guys will never see eye to
Catma.
eye. But I think that for you, trusting in the government, trusting in an order in things is just something that you need because you are neurodivergent.
No, it's not. Okay, so this is her speculating why I trust in the government, and then you're going to hear me correct her and give her no. The actual reason I trust in the government is this. Not a blind faith. It's based
I'm not
on my
saying it's blind.
experience. My experience is that
It
the
is a blind
government
faith.
basically. Okay, see, he's directly attacking the argument I'm trying to make. He says it is a blind faith. Now he denied that he was directly attacking my argument. Works. I don't have a reason not to trust it. It's not me meeting some psychological need I have. It's empiricism. That's it. Just simple, basic. No, it's not. He says, no, it's not empiricism. Again, that's him stepping in a conversation between me and Dutchie to attack my argument from my personal experience. Empiricism. I'm sorry if everyone else has had a different experience with the government. I have not. I have no reason not to trust it. It's worked for me. I'm sorry it didn't work for you.
It's been demonstrated that what you just said is not true, even from your own.
You know my life. You know. Okay, it has been demonstrated that what you just said is not true. Again, he directed that specifically at the argument I was making. Then he spends the whole rest of the stream denying that this exchange just happened. That's the gaslighting I'm talking about. You can all watch it for yourselves. Gaslighting does have victims. I'm not playing the victim because I don't feel like a victim, but when somebody's engaging in gaslighting, they're engaging in a specific act or tactic that does have a victim because the victim is not aware that it's going on.
I think you articulated yourself well or explained yourself well.
Well, then Daniel's either trolling, confused, or he's a pretty messed up individual himself.
Well, I've learned there's always a second opinion out there. Like, for example,
but we just watched it. That the argument was, did that happen or not? And people are trying to tell me it did not happen. I was confused, and I just showed that it happened. So there's no opinion. I just showed reality. It happened. Just like the Trump footage we've been watching and the Biden speeches, you can show the video and people can see for themselves and analyze it. That conversation that Denizen denied happening and tried to gaslight me that I was confused and just didn't understand he was making generalizations, not talking about my argument specifically.
No, I understand.
Again, Daniel, all you have to do is show examples like I just did. I just showed you how to do it. If you have examples, they seem to be in your brain. So if you have examples,
you are going on personal reference to your life as opposed to a general out there conception.
I was doing that with Denizen and with Oracle, and they both directed their comments at the personal part, but then tried to pretend like they weren't, and they were talking generally, and I was just confused. That's what, if you watch the rest of the stream, that's what you're going to see. So you can think what you want, but that was for the viewers so that I can be transparent on my end.
And I kind of equate that to your people that believe in the government as those that don't believe in the government, the same as the flat earth people trying to discuss with a globe earth person.
I was attempting to use reason and logic and to kind of bridge that. So if that's what was going on, if the divide is that fundamentally
I think that's what it is.
Then I was not aware of that because I've had conversations in the past with Den that were very we were
deep. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to get at too. Like, I never understood. Like, if I'm a Republican, I don't understand why a Democrat does why they do. I would think they would think like I would, but for some reason, we both look at the same thing, but come out with different conclusions.
I never preach about accountability. I'm not big on accountability. I don't. When do you hear me preach about I preach about personal responsibility, but I like accountability to other people. I'm accountable to this channel, to my stream, to what happens on this channel. If this is not you're here voluntarily, so you're also accountable to yourself for your experience here. I'm going to keep presenting the content I present, have the conversations I have. Something was bringing you here and keeping you coming back. So I'm going to keep doing that. If you decide you no longer want to have this experience, then you can choose not to have it and be accountable to yourself for that. But you're not going to find a lot of me talking about accountability on this stream. All right, I'm done. That's it. I just wanted to get it on record.
Thank you for sharing. I'm glad you were able to do that, Jeff.
Tell us what you really feel, Philip.
But y'all were talking about something before that.
It's not my battle. So I enjoyed this perspectives being let out, and I think Jeff has a solid argument. That's what I think. He did a great job articulating his work. I completely understood what he was saying. Yeah,
most people
his channel.
Most people do. That's why when the cases where it doesn't go that way, and they try to make me think, oh, it's you. Look, it's got to be you. It's happened to all these people. I know that the majority of it, it's not happening with. So it's not just me. There's some other factor with these edge cases that's interacting with me. That's common with neurodivergence, actually, because we're so different in so many ways. When you put us together, we're going to clash and collide all kind of ways.
Another thing that comes up, there's this quote that Jack Talcott keeps on bringing up. It's like he keeps on bringing up. He says that, I think it's from the Bible. It's like, forgive them for they don't know what they're doing.
Forgive them. Yeah.
Go ahead, Chuck. Maybe you know the quote better than I do.
Father, forgive them for they know not what they do.
Right. Yeah, so, isn't that what he said on the cross when he died? Lama sabachthani or something.
Until I completed.
I don't do Greek.
Until I completed or did more research or was able to do better self-analyzing, I was that person. I was the one creating arguments, not knowing my intent, not knowing that I was the one being disagreeable. So
sometimes, Daniel, and sometimes not. That's why we use like logical processes to determine that does this mean you're the asshole, or could there be other factors? And Daniel, you know this. It's like you're lowering your IQ to keep this position. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So, like I said, I was that person. I didn't know what I was doing until I did a lot of self-development and a lot of self-reflection. I didn't know I was going to conversations without the idea of intent behind it. So I was just being disagreeable. And I was like, well, I didn't understand myself. I was being disagreeable, which was crazy. I thought I was
arguing.
I don't care if I'm disagreeable. I'm low in that anyway.
I was asking questions, but I was asking questions apparently in the wrong tone or in the wrong phrasing. So it seemed like I had negative intent. Like, you remember what happened to Monograph, Chuck?
Oh yes.
Yeah. That was completely innocent, bro. I was just like, how come you let people bug you on the internet? And look what happened, bro.
The same thing happened between Monograph and Denizen just not too long ago.
And so what I've learned on this panelverse, a lot of people have a lot of self-reflecting and development to do, and don't know when they start clashing and when to stop clashing.
Do you think some of that gets projected on others? Like if they don't have the awareness themselves, they see it in other people, but they don't realize that it's actually coming from them. So it looks like the other person is that thing.
I project a lot, unfortunately, and that's why I kind of got off the panel verses, because I was getting ready to project a lot, and I was like, bro, I'm going to look like a hypocrite. Base Oracle is going to come after me for my morality policing.
Yeah, I remember when you decided to take the break.
Yeah. I noticed it as soon as MC Nemesis came on. And I almost was telling Jack how to run his show because of that character got to me that bad.
Yep. Well,
that is my job, is to tell people how to run their show.
Monograph was talking the same stuff, kind of like he was talking to you that night. However, Denny knows a lot in that field. And so he was calling Monograph out to the point where Monograph got so mad he rage quit. It was like wow, it was something else.
I wish there were some clips of that. I would enjoy watching that as content when no one else is
There
around.
is. I'll have to find them. It was on Flo's show. Both
Okay.
times it was on Flo's show with Monograph.
That's
You
the only
and
place he
Denny.
visits. That's the only place he visits. It's a rare spot. Congratulations, Flo. You get Monograph.
Well, Flo hasn't even been on for a few days. I don't know if he went on
Hope he's well.
vacation or what.
Checking in,
Maybe
brother.
he
Hope you're
took a
well.
break.
Yeah, well, he also is a contractor, so maybe he got real busy with a job. Because I
Yeah,
tend to
could
do that
be.
when I get really scrapped at work. I just lose the energy to have the extra time to enjoy streams.
Are you an independent contractor?
No. I work for a
Oh,
company
he
that
is.
does all that. Yeah.
Okay, he is.
That's what I mean. So if he needs to, he'll put in that 12, 14, 16-hour day to get the job done, where I'm limited
Yeah.
to my 8 hours. Until winter comes up and then the quarter end comes up, the company's like, get all this in now. We need to meet our financial year
Quota.
ends. Yep.
Yeah.
And then overtime's approved.
But
But yeah, Monty's a cool
Monograph,
guy. He's a
he
cool
was
guy.
trying to dox Denizen, and he was mad because Denizen wouldn't turn on his camera.
Yeah.
And Monograph couldn't even find the avatar picture that Denizen was using, and Denizen spent 10 minutes just laughing at him, how stupid he was. And oh my God, it just made things worse.
Well, he's not that stupid. I guess he might be winning the case against Ricada a law. So, congratulations, Monograph.
Well, yeah, Ricada stuck his own foot in his mouth on some of that.
Oh, that guy. That's so sad to watch that arc, that YouTube arc. You know
Oh,
Ricada
yeah,
Law,
that's-
Jeff?
Let's say again, what?
You know the channel Ricada Law that does the
Why does that sound familiar? Jack
He-
Ricada?
Nick Ricada.
Nick.
He covered the Johnny Depp and Kyle Rittenhouse.
Oh,
case.
yeah. I used to watch it. They had the live. Some of my friends were in the YouTube, like,
He used to be a successful
panelist.
YouTuber, but I guess he took freedoms of speech to a negative level and got caught.
Hey, dog.
Oh, yeah.
What's up?
I still like listening to Ricada.
Really? How's he doing?
Terrible.
I've heard he's gotten in trouble with the police. I just heard stuff. I'm just like, bro, that's so sad because you were like the number one. He was actually the number one super chat, like not number one, but top 10 in the world.
Yeah,
super chat.
he was the number one. Yeah.
Well, I guess there are some people in China that might be beating him, like some digital VTubers that might be beating him. But he was at one point in time.
I don't know if it was the Rittenhouse or the deaf one, but he was number one that whole trial.
Yeah. Okay.
Throughout the.
Congratulations, Nick.
Well,
broke some
Rittenhouse
records.
is when he really kind of went wide, because that's when I found him, was watching the
Yep.
Rittenhouse trial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, he's got lots of legal stuff pending now. We'll see what actually turns out to be true.
Yes.
It's usually less than people are accused of.
Mm-hmm. Does that interest you at all, Jeff? Is the legal stuff side of YouTube?
It depends. I have some. I was pre-law for like one semester. I thought it was something I wanted to do. Yeah, I have. It depends on the case and how interesting the case is to me. Whatever the fundamental issues involved, the underlying issues are.
Yeah. Yeah.
I find it interesting sometimes.
I could do law talk as long as it doesn't get too nerdy. Because a lot of law is like they use some of the same philosophical techniques and rhetorical techniques. In fact, a lot of rhetoric developed from they have forensic rhetoric, judicial oratory, etc. It was used in law cases.
I was always going to take the LSAT just for funsies. Actually, me and Flo State, we were going to do it. We both. When I met him, I learned that he was also a crazy person who wanted to take the LSAT for funsies. So.
Is this something we could take on stream? We should all try to take it.
No, not the real one, I'm sure.
No.
You have to go in person and sit in the room and get monitored.
And I mean, the questions are just logical. Like they're just deductive. Like it looked like fun to me.
Go to Washington. You don't have to take it no more.
Right. They don't. You don't have the. Well,
No,
no.
you
The
don't. See,
LSAT
I
to get
want
into law
somewhere
school, you
that
probably do, but you don't have to take the bar anymore.
yeah. See, I
Oh,
just want to take the bar. I don't want to have to go to law school. I just want to take the bar and pass it and be like, okay, you're good enough. It's the whole law school thing that's in the
Yeah.
way, right?
Me too. Organized learning is always a big barrier for me.
Yep, I struggle with it. I struggle with it. It takes me
I
extra
think
time.
because when I started college, it was novel. I did pretty well, but it wasn't novel by the time I finished college. So then I was kind of burnt out on it.
It just seems so unnatural for me to just look down and try to gain knowledge through a piece of paper and writing. I don't know why I'm so
Yeah.
physical. I have to do something.
Yeah, I can learn a lot from reading, but I don't
I can too.
necessarily
It's just
learn
hard to.
things in the way that is preferred for like how they, I don't do well at memorization. It's like I do well at understanding, which means it takes me longer to like do tests and things because I have to like I reinvent things for half the, like when I got my math degree, like as long as the teachers would give me enough time to, rederive half the shortcuts, then I was fine. But if a teacher expected me to memorize all the shortcuts, then I was up a creek. Because I understood it, but I didn't remember all the like little tricks.
Yeah, and you almost don't even have to now. Like I have even in engineering, I have a friend, and they give you the equations for the test. You don't have to come in knowing the equations. You have your equation sheet. You just have to know which equations to apply to what problems and how to do that.
Yeah, a lot of them would allow me to like make notes on it. Like I could write down basic equation forms on like a 3x5 card or something. But
Did you guys cheat on your school test?
Never. I never had
Nope.
to.
No,
I
I was
can't
gonna say,
even
I
think
didn't
of a
really
test I
have
had to cheat on.
I wasn't
But
that
I-
clever
when I
enough.
was
I was
bored,
always the
I
last one
contemplated
finished,
how
though.
easy it would be. That was what I did. I noticed how easy it would be, and I had lots of plans, and just because my mind was bored, but I never needed to. So
Yeah, I wouldn't think like cheating doesn't tell me how much I know about something, and that's what I wanted to know about the test was how much I got right. How much did I actually know? And cheating would
How
not
much
give
did
me
you
that.
retain? Yeah.
yeah, I never had to do that.
Plus, my favorite were the essay test, like the blue book exams, where they just give you a question or two and you write your thoughts on it. And I did really well at those, and I preferred those. And those are not anything you could really cheat on.
So it sounds like you enjoyed school. I didn't enjoy school. I rather just been a free little feral kid running around the neighborhood on a skateboard. I did not
Somehow
enjoy
I managed to do both. I enjoy learning. I didn't enjoy public school, but if you put me in the right environments where it could support my learning needs, I loved it. I went to a residential school in junior high and high school, and it was immersion. We were like all day. We lived in dorms. It was learning from morning, noon, and night, and I loved it. I couldn't get enough of it. But in public school, I was bored out of my mind, and I just read books all day long.
Yeah, public school is something terrible too. The way they have it set up is something terrible.
Yes. Nowadays, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, I happily skipped that.
I'm really surprised on how many private, not really private, I guess, yeah, private schools have showed up. You know what I mean? Like it's really common here now that people have private elementary schools all over the place now.
Yeah,
That's-
I think
That's
education
because they
is.
got tired of the curriculum that was passed down by the
There's probably many reasons.
local school boards or the federal government, however you want to look at it.
Yep. And then, well, the private schools are more directed towards the sciences and maths. Not really towards the
Your STEM
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
Yep. So I think the kids are just getting an overall better education.
Yeah, I think the more education options we have, the better. Because education is so diverse. Everyone's going to have different needs, want to learn different things in different ways. And the more we can provide that, the better.
It was really sad for me. As a kid, education was toxic. I don't know why. I had a hard time. I had a hard time with it, and like leveling with it. Like I'd learn something, And then all of a sudden, I was smarter than the kid next to me because they didn't know it. And when we went to a debate, you were wrong, I'm right. It wasn't healthy. It just wasn't healthy. Learning wasn't healthy for me. I didn't know how to grasp knowledge healthily in a healthy way.
Was that here in the States?
Yeah. So I just stopped. I was like, dude, this
You
isn't
stopped
good.
learning because
I couldn't grasp knowledge in a healthy way.
Was you in
meaning
California
in,
the whole time?
in
Well,
a
yeah.
way that didn't make you feel separated from your class,
The way that it didn't make me feel superior.
like ego.
Yeah, I was creating a huge ego with education.
Damn, I don't know if there is a way to do that.
You know, like I'm smarter than everybody else around me.
Did they have the advanced classes for the smarter ones
Yeah, they did.
where they'd separate you from the normal people?
That's so weird that you
That's what I mean,
held
Jeff.
back on learning because of.
Yeah, because I wanted to be an open cup into every situation and not have a bias. I noticed I was learning biases too. When I was more education I was learning, the more biases I was learning. The more of one side I was getting.
I'm
So
right,
there
you're
was-
wrong. That
The
settles
more
it.
teams I was joining, the more teams I was joining.
So there's
Yeah,
like
it's crazy.
some
Yeah,
other.
that breaks your brain, Jeff. Right now, I can see it. You're like, whoa.
Because I'm thinking there's
Someone
some other
chose to
instinct
do
you
that.
had in you that was like competing with the curiosity and the learning and the wanting the knowledge. There was this
Interesting. What-
other consideration that was our other
I can't think of
orientation
that. Yeah, I
you
can't
had
think
in
of
you
right
that
now.
was driving you towards something else, something
But
other
I
than
seem to
just the
keep up.
knowledge learning.
I seem to keep up with everybody around me. When it goes to work, when it comes to like, I seem to keep up with the lack of education. It's kind of nice.
You were
It doesn't
aware of
bother
your
me.
ego even back at that age?
I don't know.
Like
Was
what?
I?
I
I
don't
wasn't
know.
taught about ego. I
But
didn't
you
learn
said
about ego.
because when you said you learned, it made you feel superior and that you didn't like that feeling.
Well, it made me feel superior because I was putting A and B together while other people weren't. I was
Yeah.
creating calculations in my head and scenarios in my head that other people weren't. While other people were playing around, playing, football, I was trying to figure out how to save the world.
Okay,
what I mean?
Jack.
Well, I'm just saying that's what I was doing.
Yeah.
And that's where I was
No,
like, well, I need to stop doing that.
Why?
Yeah,
That's
why
what that's
stop
what fascinates. That's what I'm trying
It
to
is interesting.
figure out. There was something
Because I
else
started
in
to
you that
hate.
was.
I was becoming racist. I was becoming racist.
What
I
were
was
you
doing it in a
learning?
negative way. Like literally, I was.
Oh
I was
yeah, well
becoming
maybe
super
that is
negative.
something.
Oh, then all of a sudden, I was hating the
Example.
government for doing for a lack of accountability.
What
Education
age
I
are we
got,
talking about?
so that'd be anywhere from 10 to 16. 10
Damn.
to 16, yeah. 'Cause that's when I gave up at 16. I was like, education, school. I'm like, fuck it. I don't need to do all that shit. I just need to go to work.
You
I just
quit
started
school?
working. Yeah, I started working. And now all the people who have gone to school, people are telling me that college educations are worthless, right?
Mine is. I haven't used it one
So
time.
when after years and years of people telling me I need to go to college, and then I'm here now, and everybody's debate is college is worthless. And I realized that when I was 10, I don't know what's going on. I realized that when I was
Huh.
10. So
Wow.
yeah, that's all. And and to me, it's a curse. Too smart for their own good is a quote that
It's not. Well, maybe it was for your own good in this case.
Well, I can't have.
It's usually
intellectual
too smart for other people. It's comfort, not necessarily for your own good.
You can't have
So,
what?
I can't have
Yeah.
intellectual conversations about sciences, histories, arts, literature because I don't know them.
Ah,
You could learn them.
It's really hard to learn at my age. It's like teach an old dog new tricks. So, and like I said, I'm not very good at the books.
Oh,
And if it's I'm all hands on. So it's like I built this persona of being somebody like this. It's like my own curse. And
because that's who
I
you.
want it. Yeah, it's interesting. It's my own curse, my friend.
But because you're aware of it,
I have the ability
like,
to change.
you're not completely in the curse because part of you is aware of the curse, looking in on it from the outside.
And that's where I'm kind of curious about you, Jeff. And I don't want to
poke the bear too much, but you're aware of some of the things you do, and I'm wondering if you have the ability to change them yourself. I thought I was
Yeah,
autistic.
well, some things no, I don't have the ability to change, but mostly
understand that.
it's do I think it's something that needs to be? Is it a problem for me? And usually the answer is no. Just because someone else has a problem with it is not a reason enough for me to change. Because I'd be at the mercy of every random stranger that wanted me to be their version of me.
Right.
I'm more interested in figuring out who I am and being that instead of being what other people think I might be or playing what they need me to be.
Thank you. That's what I like about this stream, Jeff. You are exactly who you are. There is no. When you turn off the camera, there's not somebody who takes off, the mask.
My boss was on here one day, one stream. She came on, and she told everybody. She says, "I could assure you, I've known Jeff for many years, and he is exactly like this in person as he is in real life. You're getting what you see here is exactly what you're going to get if you meet him in person."
I think flow states like that.
Yeah,
I think flow states like that. I don't know about Base Oracle. Do you think he's that stoic?
I'm naive enough to take people as they present, unless I see otherwise. Like I feel like if we all got together somewhere, we'd pretty much be the same in person as we
This
are
group
on
right
the
here.
stream. At least the people that cam up and have extended conversations and open themselves up and like make themselves vulnerable to getting to know, etc. I think that would all carry over in person. The experience we have doing that.
I think Ren tricked us. That was a microwavable onion soup. She didn't hand make it. She got that out of a thing from Walmart. Peeled the lid right, the wrapper right off, stuck in the microwave.
No, I eat a lot of microwave food that did not look like the stuff I take out of the box.
Yeah, that was. I did pull a coffee can of frozen brisket juice out of the freezer when I made the soup a couple of days ago.
Oh, brisket.
Yeah. I saved the juice to make soup.
I hope it wasn't a metal coffee can.
No.
Plastic one, yeah.
It's just one of those plastic ones.
Yeah.
We go through a lot of
That's what I do.
In my family, so there's always coffee cans to store things in.
Oh yeah, I got them piled up everywhere.
We have our own, industrial button coffee machine at our house.
I'm the only one that drinks coffee here, and I got 1, 2, 3. I got 4 different coffee pots.
Which one makes coffee the fastest?
The Keurig single.
Oh, is that the little disc that you put in?
Yeah, the little cup of coffee thing.
We used to have a Tassimo.
You guys hear about what the Keurig guy said about Keurig? The guy who invented it? He hates it. He hates inventing the product because he's all, dude, there's so many these little plastic cups in the landfill that don't biodegrade. He's all, bro, I made one of the worst things on the planet, dude.
I use the filter thing that goes in plates.
Yeah, that's smart. Yeah.
I only do Keurig coffee if I have to. But certain blends, certain brands make decent coffee, but a lot of them aren't. I don't know. It's something about the
disgusting on some of them.
It's something about the chemistry of the way it makes coffee. It's just nasty on certain coffees.
I think it's because it doesn't get the water hot enough or something to get the oil.
It may not get it hot enough, or it may have not enough pressure, or too much pressure. Like all that matters is or how long it sits in the ground.
It'd be nice to find like a good hot chocolate mix that comes out of a Keurig. But right now, they're all just not right. To me, I can't find a good hot chocolate mix that comes out of a Keurig.
I've kind of enjoyed some of the hot tea stuff out of the Keurig because you get this like foamy, like just like a straight green tea. You get this nice foamy green tea. Yeah, that's my favorite thing out of Keurig. It's just
I can see that.
But
I can see that actually being really good. Yeah, green. Yeah, Keurig for tea. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but I usually at my house I have just an espresso and a French press is all I have there.
Does Knots have a coffee allergy?
He said, God, I wish I could drink coffee. I wonder if it's like, do people have a coffee allergy?
Oh, there's some people that it
Maybe it's the
works
caffeine.
on. I mean, some people they get so much of a stimulant effect out of it that it just disrupts their whole day. I wish that I couldn't drink coffee, right? I wish that coffee actually affected me enough.
Ugh.
I wish, you know. It
I
takes like
drink the Diva coffee. I hate to say it. Those Diva coffees, like the Frappuccinos and stuff.
I
Yep.
do.
Yep,
a good
I drink
cappuccino,
those.
but
Coffee is this in a cup with steam coming out. That's coffee.
yeah, I mostly drink it straight espresso. Is what I mostly drink.
I love espresso.
It tastes like
But
mud water to me, dude. I gotta add some kind of cream or sugar. It just
well,
tastes
if you
like
have
mud
good
water.
espresso, right, and like say Starbucks espresso, their standard blend is not very good for straight
No, it's
espresso, in my
not.
opinion. Their blonde's not bad, but you know,
Thanks for
like if
sharing
you get a
nuts.
good espresso blend and you run it through something with a lot of bars of pressure, and you get a nice crema. I mean, it can taste very
Magical.
interesting. Yeah.
I've had a coffee that tastes like chocolate. And it had nothing really to it, and I was like, "Wow, that's actually a really good coffee." So maybe
Yeah.
I just haven't really found a coffee for my taste buds. But yeah, I butcher them. I butcher a
Yeah.
coffee. It's not recognizable when I'm done with it.
Yeah, that's like my wife when she used to every now and then she'd have coffee, or she'd call it coffee. I called it sugar and milk with a little of this brown stuff in it, you know.
Like I always had these ideas of opening restaurants or like little shops. And I was like, I was gonna open a shop called Creamers and Things. There's gonna be a coffee shop, but for the people who don't really buy coffee, who just add creamer and sugar and buy frappuccinos,
Mhm.
lattes. It's like that kind of coffee shop, you know.
My buddy's wife's like that. I gotta.
Well, that's all Starbucks is.
It's like this
I heard
nasty slime in the bottom of the cup after she's done drinking. It's like, oh.
Yeah, the
'Cause
sugar
he-
didn't really all the way disintegrate. It's just a layer. Yeah,
It's
I've done
like,
that before.
oh.
I've done it before. Yeah. I've learned less. I've learned less. So, yeah.
Hell, I used to make coffee in a sock.
That makes sense. A filter. That
Like
makes
a
sense.
cone,
Yep.
like because they have those Melita cones. Probably works the same way.
I remember when I was
Well,
in. Go ahead.
I just boil some water on the stove. Naturally, it was a clean white sock, but it was
You use a
100%
white
cotton.
sock to make coffee.
100% cotton, though. Oh yeah, you throw it down in there, tie it up, and drop it in that water.
You guys see
Oh,
that
I
new
ran.
the coffee trend of people dyeing clothes coffee?
Huh?
Huh?
Yeah, there's a coffee trend where, for example, you get coffee and you get these white Air Force Ones, and you pour coffee all over them, and then they become out this chocolate, nice brown color. Or you get like a white dress or a white T-shirt, and you throw it in the coffee, and it comes out this really nice light brown color. It's a new thing. People are coffee coloring their clothes.
I don't
a
think
good
it's a
color.
new thing.
Coffee is
Right.
severely
A new
acidic.
again thing.
It stains.
Yeah, but it's acidic too. It will
So-
eat the material eventually.
Well, it's all fashion. Fashion clothes aren't made to last. But
Yeah.
it was a trend for a bit. TikTok trend. People would coffee dyeing their clothes. I never did it. I'm not that interested in having a coffee colored shirt, but it's a good color.
Now I want some coffee.
I'm gonna go get me some here in a minute. It's about that time. Yeah, the sock
you
thing.
know-
I was laughing because I met this when I was in Italy. I went up to Switzerland for a train ride down through the Alps with my family, and we met this couple on one of the trains into Switzerland. This Swiss couple, and they were laughing about American coffee because my family already liked espresso and stuff. So we were in heaven when we were in Italy and stuff as far as coffee is concerned.
Yeah, Germany, they called our coffee piss water.
Yeah, well, the Swiss couple, they called American coffee sock soup.
Mm.
That's what I mean. It tastes like mud water to me. Like there's something special about the coffee. I don't know how you guys
I
do
thought
it.
that was funny.
You guys ever see that Godzilla, the one with his name is Matthew Broderick, I think, and these French people come over to help out the Americans, and they go to get coffee, And the guy brings the coffee to the French mercenaries, and they start drinking it. And they spit it out. They're like, "What is this?" They're like, "It's French roast." And they're like, "Nah, no, no, no." They start just hating on our coffee because they call it French roast. Like, this is just bad. So yeah, our coffee. I don't know. People say it's good, and other people say it's trash. So I'm confused. I want to try international coffee and see if there's a big difference.
Yeah, I mean, just so much. The difference in how you brew it makes, so much of a
It's all the
difference.
different temperature. Yes.
Yes.
Or like the
It's
difference between
cheap.
cold brew and regular, like, because the chemistry makes cold brew taste sweet and that sort of thing.
Ren, when you were over in Europe, were you able to try the warm beer? I heard they could drink beer at room temperature.
Yes,
Um,
sir.
Where?
when I
Who?
when I was in
Germany and stuff like
England, I
that. Drink
wasn't
beer at
old
room
enough.
temperature. Dutch.
Oh
Mhm.
yeah, I've
I
done
know
that.
they kept like their Cokes and stuff in what I would consider like baseline cool, right? Like the coolers at the convenience store to keep the Cokes in were never cold. They were at best cool. And if you asked for ice at a restaurant, they would like bring it out with tongs and give you like 3 little cubes or something. It was. My dad had some of the warm beer, and when
Yeah,
he
but
went to Australia years ago and drank, I think, quite a bit of warm beer.
well, like the Germans, their beer consistency or the way they make it, it's almost considered bread, almost like bread.
Yeah, I
You
like
know,
a
the
lot
the,
of stout
the
beers and
nutritional
stuff.
value of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can
And
see
some of
that.
them
Yeah.
are pretty good, kind of maybe not warm but cool. Not necessarily
Right.
ice cold.
Yeah, you go in somewhere and order a rum and Coke or a whiskey and Coke, and they bring you a glass of Coke and a glass of rum or a
Who?
glass
Wait,
of whiskey.
who? That
They
happened?
yeah, they wouldn't mix it.
Where was this?
Germany.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I haven't been to Germany. I've been close to it. I've been to where they spoke German, but it was not in Germany.
Well, hell, that could have been South America.
Yeah, well, it was Switzerland. It
Ah,
was so
okay.
interesting though, because you go from where I live to like Albuquerque, is 4 hours. You go that far over there in Europe, and you're speaking a different language. It's a totally different culture.
Oh yeah, I got married in Denmark.
Wow.
Is
Oh,
where I flew her over from the States, and then we took an 18-hour train ride from southern Germany up to Denmark and got married up there.
Oh,
You're a passport bro?
No, no, no. I flew her from the States over to where I was stationed at.
Oh, okay. Okay, I get it now. All right. Yeah. Thanks, Chuck. Wow, cool. Well, did you have like you did it all through the military, so it's all Americans, like Americanized,
Uh,
or did you have
what
like
was
your wedding was all Dutch?
it was Dutch. We
Wow.
thought we showed up and we were told to report to the courthouse for some paperwork. So we went in there to do it. And I mean, I brought my dress uniform and she brought the wedding dress, but we didn't have them on because we thought we were just doing the preliminary stuff. And so we just got on blue jeans and I got a t-shirt on and walk in there and the judge says, he calls his secretary in there and he says, "So you guys want to get married?" And we said, "Yeah." He said, "Okay, sign here." So we signed here. He said, "Okay, you're married." And they handed us a pair of shot glasses. And we looked at each other like, that didn't go the way we thought it was going to go.
Did she even wear the dress for a wedding, or did you guys have to do like a second?
No, no, she didn't. Yeah, it
Wow.
was a foo bar, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, I haven't done that process yet. Marriage, hopefully, is a cheap process for me.
It wasn't that expensive for me. I'm a frugal, I wasn't going to spend thousands of dollars for extravagant items that you only use for one day. Made no sense. I mean, we were both young and dumb, so
and y'all still together?
yep, just celebrated 44 years last month.
Wow. What material is that?
What
That's lead.
material?
Yeah, at that point, Chuck, you guys already got each other everything you need. Do you just show up with flowers and chocolates like you did for the past 43 years? How do you mix
It
it up after
depends.
44 times?
I just try to do something different.
Right, dude. You've already gone through the book. It's like,
Well, it's my turn to. She took care of me for when I turned 50. I got hurt. I was laid up for almost 10 years.
wow, 10 years.
Yeah,
It's an angry old
I had
guy.
10 back surgeries, but at least they got me walking again.
Did you have a good attitude during that time? It's so hard to have a good attitude during back
Oh,
problems,
the first half, no. And then I was really down when I couldn't even walk 15 feet to the bathroom when I was having to crawl because I couldn't walk. But they finally got me fixed enough where I could walk. And then was it about 4 years ago, the house burned down. We moved to Tennessee, and in that time frame, she came down with Parkinson's. So I get it's my job to take care of her now.
I'm glad you could do that, Chuck. Congratulations, man. What an experience.
Then I got a 15-year-old son with autism.
Yeah.
You were quite the hero.
I'm not a hero. My philosophy is
pick what you want.
You're gonna be a hero whether
you like it or not.
Try to do the next right thing. That's all I do is try to do the next
That's
right
heroic.
thing.
I know how frustrating autism could be, and autism dads and autism parents are some of my favorite people in the world. They are just heroes to me.
They are, aren't they, dude?
Yep. I remember before we knew he had autism, though, I whooped his ass this one time.
You didn't know.
And then,
oh, bro.
Yeah.
That broke your heart to realize what happened and then realize
I cried. I'll tell you right straight up, I cried as soon as we found out. He got a whipping and he didn't understand why he got a whooping, and then I figured out why he didn't know. And it broke me.
Yeah, I've always wondered how a parent could deal with that. Having somebody trying to care for somebody who can't communicate exactly what they're feeling yet. You know, they're kids.
Well,
they can't communicate what they want, what they need, and you have to figure it out somehow. What the heck, bro? You guys need what the heck? That just hurt my brain.
Oh, that was
rough.
For
myself.
That was rough. I mean, I didn't beat the hell out of him. It wasn't like that. He just got a spanking. I didn't beat none of my kids.
What age was he?
Like how young? First grade.
Like 5-ish, 6.
Yeah, 5-ish, 6-ish, yeah. And up until that point, there really wasn't anything that a person could see, but it was because he couldn't convey it. And nobody figured it out until we took him to a doctor, and then that's what we figured out. Rutrow.
So, Chuck, can you share the experience with us a little bit more? Like, I can't imagine how a kid could do something to resolving that and him not be able to. Like, I can't see it. Like, what happened? I feel for you, brother. Like, I feel for you. What happened? You don't mind sharing a little more.
He was doing fine in school. Then he all of a sudden it got to the point where it was like he didn't want us to do his homework. Okay. Well, you've been doing it. What's the problem here? And try to talk to him and all this. And then one day he got, what's the word I want to use? Rebellious or whatever towards me. So I was going to straighten that out right quick, And so I gave him a spanking on the behind. It ain't nothing major. Nothing,
like just one little tap or a series?
It was 3. It was just 3.
Like normal spanking.
Yes. And
Yeah, right.
And then
Truck
it
slammed
was
through the wall.
shortly after that, like within a few weeks, we started getting calls from the school to come up there. He was having trouble in class. And it got to the point where they would just call us and tell us to come get him.
Mhm.
They weren't going to deal with it. So that's when we started seeking uh extra help on what was going on. You know, whether it was psychological or if this was normal or you know, and then
Did the
that's when we
school offer anything at all, or you had to do it on your own?
no, no, they did
It's like
not.
come get your child and figure out what's wrong with him and bring him back when he's
We're
fixed.
not exactly, we're not
Ugh,
dealing with him. And
damn.
Okay, well,
even
I'm glad you recognize the red flags, dude. A lot of people was like, well, let's go to another school then. Not do
and
anything.
even the doctor has suggested one of us going to school with him. And so while I was working, of course, so the wife would go up there with him. Well, they were getting pissed because they didn't like her sitting in their classroom, keeping him keeping him going, you know, keeping him from having issues and things like that.
Being audited, that was like a Joe Cool audit. You sent your sure your
Yeah.
wife did a Joe Cool audit on the teachers.
So then they called us and said you can no longer accompany your child to school. We said, okay, fine. You got resources, you know what to do. After 1 week, as soon as we drop him off, before we could get back home, the phone would be ringing. Come get your child. Come get your child. Because they were sending him into, Jeff don't like the word, but this is what they called it back then. They were sending him into meltdown.
Yeah. No,
And
that's
once
I
you,
use that word. That's a
okay,
real thing.
and once you send an autistic into a meltdown, it takes an act of Congress to get them out of it.
Not really.
On my
Jeff.
on my son, Jeff,
Yeah, maybe
my son.
it
It
is
took
different
an.
for everybody, but
I learned the hard way, Jeff. And yeah, it was a work in progress. But yeah, when we initially found out, I hated myself at first for having spanked him that one time. After I
Dude,
found out,
I'm
it
sorry.
just
I'm sorry, Chuck,
oh,
man. That's
it is what it is. It's life experience.
right, right. But it's just a hard way to. It's a hard story, my friend, and I can tell. I can tell it was not. It was emotional for you.
Oh, it still is at times.
What I mean, dude, it's a burden, and it's hard to get. It's hard to lift that because you did it yourself. You did it. It's hard to get that weight off your own shoulders.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
sorry, man.
we went to plenty of people to try to get him some help. You know, we bent over backwards anything we could do to help him
what
after
finally
that point.
helped?
We ended up just having the homeschooling because the schools refused to accommodate him.
They
Their
have
claim
to.
was,
They can't refuse.
well, they damn sure did back
Well,
then.
that's where you go get yourself a lawyer.
Well, I didn't know about that
Oh,
side of it back then.
there's the ADA
Yeah, I wish I
So
knew
we
more
just
about the
and
legal
I
side.
think the Education Act. There's 405s and IEPs, and he's entitled to at least be evaluated to see if he qualifies for one, which I'm sure he would have. But yeah, you're right. There a lot of people didn't know back then.
exactly. I mean, I was working probably 16, 18 hours a day back then.
If anyone's watching now and the school tells you that, come on this channel and talk to me, or go find you a lawyer,
Oh
Great
yeah.
tip, dude. Great tip. I
because
didn't know
they
about
have
that.
to by government mandate. They have to accommodate
And
educational
this
needs.
this
Right,
was in
no student left behind, right?
and this was the St. Louis metro area, which isn't no little area. So, you know, if I'd have known then, I definitely would have got a lawyer.
What
If I
what decade was this?
well, let's see, he was born in 09. So
So this is really whoa. I was thinking like maybe
He's only
the
No.
90s or something. This is
He's only
real
15,
way more
Jeff.
recent. They should have known by now, like especially in metro area.
Actually, you might actually still have a case, Chuck.
Because
Well, I
I
don't
was
even live
teaching
there
in the
anymore.
special ed classrooms,
Doesn't
but
matter.
even before 2009, and we were having to do all. It was very well known that you had to do all of that.
Oh, we
You
was
probably
having-
have everything
we-
documented.
We was having some knockdown dragouts with the school, but there was no, like there is now. There wasn't advocates like there is now
That's why you're here,
The-
Chuck. This is why you're on the
the-
panel. Jeff's going to
the-
help you.
to guide you in the right direction or anything. There really wasn't no advocate. There was the doctors, but they weren't advocates, you know.
So I'm curious. Did you guys ever have a meltdown on a teacher? I've had a meltdown on a teacher. Or I had a teacher meltdown on me. Well,
Oh.
I didn't really. Yeah.
Oh, I've melted down on some kids for sure.
Really?
Oh yeah, many times. What was a riot in the classroom?
Kids are
How old
something
were
else,
the
dude.
kids?
The riot was high school.
Oh, okay.
Were they trying to like? What is that? Was it the mutiny? You? All the kids were like, no,
yeah,
teacher."
they mobbed. I was in front of it was one of those science classes, so they had the big black tables, and then I was behind them on the blackboard. It wasn't really a
Story
desk.
time, Jeff. Story
And they were
time,
like
Jeff.
all crowded around that black table. That's the only thing keeping me from that mob of kids. They were all pushing against that black table.
For what reason?
Topic. Yeah, what was the topic? What?
I'm trying to remember what
was
happened.
it?
Oh, I take notes when they pass the notes in class. I take them. If I see them pass the note, I'm like, give it here. I'll go
Right.
grab it. I took this note from this girl, and she absolutely flipped out. And it's kind of like here, and the whole class started white nodding for her, and they're like, "That's not fair. You took her note. Give her note." And I'm like, "I'm not giving the note back.
Was
They'll know I
she-
take notes." And they're like, "You did her wrong. You need to give her that." And they all started to like surround her, and then come at me like as a mob toward that big.
Was
science
she the
desk.
most popular girl in class? By
I don't
chance?
know. This was not a school I taught at regularly, so I didn't really know these kids. I was just filling in for that one day. But and I'm gonna tell you this: I had 3 incidents. Well, 4. They all involved girls. I had never had an incident with a guy ever. I've had guys I had to sit out of class, but they didn't blow up into anything. One girl threw a desk at my podium, and not one of those little school desks. It was like the big, giant. Like the top was this wide. It had the plastic chair attached and the metal. She was a white girl, one of the upper class white girls. And she picked up, the bell had rang and she was chatting with her friend. And I was ready to take roll. The tardy bell rang. And I'm like, okay, I need to take roll now. And she didn't want to stop talking. And all I said is, you're going to have to stop talking so I can take roll. And she did not like being told that she had to stop talking with her friend and start class. And she picked up that desk and she like lifted it in the air like the Hulk and threw it against my podium. And the podium fell against me. I had never seen anything like it. And her father was like this wealthy businessman. And he got called to the school to take her home. And then
why
this
she
other
was like
time, I
that.
had glue put on my chair. White Elmer's glue. And I sat in it. And I couldn't figure out which one of the kids did it. There were many suspects. And finally, a few days later, one of the kids told me it was the goth chick. I had never had any issue with her at all. She was a goth. She sat in
Where'd
class.
you go,
she was
Phillip?
quiet. She never talked. We never had words. She fucking put glue on my chair of all people.
I think Phillip fell out of his chair laughing.
Thank you for sharing your stories. I had a good laugh. Sorry to laugh.
This is an entertainment channel. So.
That was great, dude. I was the terror for teachers.
I was at the gifted school. I was the class. We pranked those teachers so hard. But in public school, I was not. I appreciate that. That's the class clown is the troll. That's the trickster, and I appreciate a good class clown. When the kids got me, they got me good. We all have a good laugh. I give them credit for it.
That takes some cojones though. Just put glue.
Well, you
on
know
the
what? That's how
teacher's
my teachers
chair.
handled me when we pranked them. And
Wow.
so that's probably I passed it on. Yeah, I remember one time my statistics teacher, we replaced all the chalk with candy chalk. And then we lined up a bunch of pieces of candy chalk with a chalkboard. That's when we actually had chalkboards, green chalkboards. And he came in and we're all sitting there at our desk waiting for him to start class, like barely holding in our laughter. And he's like, all right, let's start class. And he grabs the chalk and he starts to write. He looks at it. He grabs another piece and he starts to write because candy chalk doesn't write. And he looks at it and he's like, there must be something wrong with my. We're sitting here at our desk like, and then he looks at us and he's like, did you guys do what? There's something going on with my chalk. And then finally one of us said, it's candy. And he looked at the chalk and he looked at the chalkboard and he let out the laugh shook the building. This laugh that he let out absolutely shook the building. And it went off for like 5 minutes. It's like one of the biggest belly laughs I've ever heard. He enjoyed that prank so much. He was talking about it for years afterwards.
It's a good solid prank, dude.
Did you ever have to write sentences on the chalkboard
for punishment during recess?
Yeah.
No, I'm not sure I ever did.
Like Bart Simpson?
Yes, I did. And copy dictionaries and write lines. Yeah.
I will not hit Mary. I will not hit Mary. I will not hit Mary. I will not hit.
I will not run in the halls. I will not.
Yeah.
I think it worked.
I don't know. I probably still ran in the halls. Copying the dictionary was kind of fun. I got to learn all the words, the etymologies.
That was cruel there.
I only had to do it once. And they made you do it during recess. So you had to do it outside on the playground while all the kids were playing. You had to sit there with the dictionary.
Oh, they let you go out?
Yeah.
They made us stay in the classroom.
Well, sometimes they did, especially to write the lines. But
yeah, we forfeited
whichever teacher did the dictionary thing, she had us do it outside because we'd go watch the other kids. She had them do it at a particular place on the playground, and you could go watch the kids each time and see who was having to copy dictionaries that recess.
Yeah, copying a dictionary doesn't sound that bad. I always liked dictionary.
You'd have to do like a page or two. It was tedious. There was a lot of words.
I remember one day in 6th grade, Peter and Mary were missing. They weren't in their assigned seats. So the teacher starts class and she's teaching, and she goes over to the big kind of double door closet to get out some training aids to pass out. And she opened them doors and there's Peter and Mary going at it.
Wow.
How old were Peter and Mary?
6th grade.
6th grade. So, yep.
And she was flabbergasted. She couldn't yell. She just snatched them up by the collar.
It was a factory reset. Yeah, you don't know what to do.
Yeah. It was hilarious. Well, we thought it was hilarious. But they got suspended for that one. And then when they came back, Peter and Mary were no longer in the same class together. Yeah, they were active at their young age.
No, I don't remember, but I think in high school there was one pregnant girl, but that was like really rare.
Ooh, that would have been. I didn't see.
I heard it's pretty common
high
now.
school.
It's pretty common.
Yeah, I seen one in high school, and that was it.
That's crazy, dude.
I remember. I was a freshman, maybe, at high school, and this really cute black girl had a crush on me. She caused me to get more ass whippings.
What?
Oh yeah, back then. Black girls didn't mess with white guys.
They would beat the white guy up?
Yeah.
They could use that as a strategy, something they could exploit.
Yeah.
All
I
she
was
had
like,
to do was like you, and then the guys would beat you up.
Yep. You got
How
to
many
stick
guys
with
got
your
beat
own.
up?
I only remember a couple, and then I think she just quit flirting with the one she liked because she realized what was happening.
I see. That makes me sad. I think she has the right to flirt and pursue whoever she wants, and they can reject or
Well,
accept it.
back then, it was you stick with your race mentality.
What decade is back then?
That would have been 70, 73, I think, somewhere thereabouts. Yeah,
That was
we
after desegregation.
yes, but mixed couples was not a regular thing back in that era in the
That sounds worse
Midwest.
than being gay. They didn't even do that to gay people in my generation. Well, at least not at my
Oh,
school.
gay people always got their ass whipped. It didn't matter.
I never. Well, the only time I got my ass whipped was by another gay guy. He's the one that broke my nose. But yeah, they didn't. I mean,
Well,
they harassed me and bullied me, but
there was a
I didn't actually get the ass
group
whipping.
of the guys that thought they could beat the gay out of people,
Well, you can't.
and I was not one of them.
I'm still
Different
thinking
times,
about that
dude.
black girl.
That's
Oh
different
yeah,
times.
different times exactly. Well, I told you I've seen people get
Right,
killed
different times.
over
Like
the
that doesn't happen now. Like,
using the N word. I've seen high school kids get killed for that word.
Yeah, kids were allowed to fight back in the day. Now, if you put your hands on anybody, you might go to jail.
Oh no, I'm talking
As a
about
kid.
dead. I'm talking about dead, Philip.
Well, yeah, you went back to this caveman times. Yeah, people went to school with spears. Yeah, yeah, spears and clubs.
Yeah, I mean, I was there when the lights came on.
I don't know. It's 1 year before I entered the school system. That seemed that long ago to me.
I remember going down to Augusta, Georgia, to the Army post there. The year was 77, 78, and remember, buildings still had the concrete placards. They were part of the building that said colored water fountains, colored restrooms.
That's
That
gnarly.
tripped my trigger when I seen that. I'm like, oh my God, they didn't take these down? And they're like, well, no, we kind of still believe that way around here. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to shut up now.
No, I just watched that movie, Hidden Figures. It's a pretty good movie, but it's an interesting concept of this segregation back in the day. But
That's the mathematicians.
yeah, the
that helped,
NASA.
Yeah.
Great movie. Good actors, great story. Simple American movie. Good old American movie. So
I might have seen it. I don't remember if I saw it or not.
well, Ren,
Can somebody
Chuck,
tell
Jeff,
me what a coomer is?
Maybe KingFillip can't or Ren. I know it's a meme. It's some.
I don't know what it means.
Just Google it.
Okay.
it's definitely have to do some of the internet, right? I don't know if I don't think it's internet and females. It's just internet and just being a weirdo. I don't know. Good question, Chuck. Maybe another time, but I'm all out of here, friends. I appreciate you
Okay,
hanging out with me,
Philip.
entertaining my questions. Ren, Chuck, Jeff, peace.
A pleasure,
All
sir.
right. You have
Thank
a good one.
Well, where you at? Y'all want to wind down? We had talked about doing that D&D thing tonight. Let me see if Moose still wants to do it.
D&D. Was that?
Yeah,
Drag
you want to play
queens or-
Dungeons and Dragons?
I know nothing about it.
You just have to have an imagination and be able to
I'm
pretend to be somebody that you're not.
I'm screwed. I don't have an imagination anymore. D&D.
You can do it on the Discord or what?
I'm not sure. It's Moose is he set up a there's some website that he set up a room, a game or something on.
Is it a board game or a card game?
No, it used to be like books. You play it with paper and dice and stuff. And now they have it online. You can play it through a website. It's automated. It's storytelling. You have a character and the dungeon master tells the story and you tell what your character does. He tells what happens after that, etc. Right, that's what I thought, Not Lost, that because what you described did sound like something illegal. And I'm like, oh my God, if all that happens, it sounded like people would have gotten charged, the prosecutor or something, and we'd know more about it. If it's people just getting nervous because there's a pandemic and pulling their money out, I don't consider that some kind of sinister conspiracy to rob the lower class.
You know the Gang of Eight, Jeff, in Congress? Are you familiar with the Gang of Eight?
I'm looking them up now.
It's the top from both parties. It's top 4.
The 8 leaders within Congress who are briefed on classified intelligence matters by the executive branch. Okay, so it's the leaders, it's the minority and majority House leaders,
right? And what happened was when they were discussing the incoming pandemic actions, one of the senators took that information and made big money off of it. And
who was the senator?
Richard Burr out of one of the Carolinas. But he had to quit because he got caught. But that's the only one I know of that did it.
That insider trading allegations. So was he ever convicted? So far, it just.
I know he had to quit Congress. I do know that.
So that's one person?
Yes, that's the only one that I know of that did that insider trading thing because of his access to information.
Not laws. You have to show me that because the senator, whoever did, like because of these, some people did it, that it's a coordinated attempt by the rich people en masse to defraud the poor people out of their money and transfer all the wealth. Because you're making it sound more sensational than I think it actually was.
Sinister, more sinister.
Hey, Mrs. Flo, is this the Mrs. Flo? Welcome.
Is it? I hadn't seen Flo in a few days.
I'm assuming it is. Yeah, that's kind of what it looked like you were doing. You were looking at certain data points and then putting them together into a hypothesis. But then you were talking about but that's really what happened. Oh, well, welcome. How is Mr. Flo? We were just talking about him. Nobody's seen him around lately, it seems like. All right, let me see about Richard Burr.
That was the only congressperson I know that did something with the information related to the pandemic.
He sold more than 2 a period. He was being briefed daily, recorded potential health threats. He sold 95% of his entire account. There was an investigation, a journalistic investigation. Ask for comment. The FBI did a search warrant, seized his cell phone. He temporarily stepped down as chair. Trump decided not to, or the Justice Department under Trump decided not to pursue charges. The FBI warrant was partially unsealed in 2020. Let's see if we get a copy of that. But I don't see where he was indicted or convicted of anything. And still, it's that so far. So we have one guy so far, one congressman that was alleged to have done that, but never indicted or convicted.
I think it's one of those, if you step down, we'll leave you alone type thing, you know.
Maybe, but that's not evidence of this global conspiracy to
I didn't
cheat
say it
poor
was.
people out of their wealth. Right. I'm going.
Okay.
Not laws.
That's right.
He wanted me to address his points.
But why is he? Man, them Canadians are sure tied up in American politics. Does it affect them?
Wouldn't you be if you lived in Canada?
Not necessarily.
So that's what's called an inference. You see the stocks of politicians do something, and then you draw a conclusion. Oh, they must be psychic, or they had inside information, or something. Oh, let's see. But that's speculation. You don't have evidence that can confirm it one way or the other. So
Just
it's a
because
theory.
you think it's that way doesn't.
Yeah, and I have no problem with that. But they try to pass it off as they insist that they somehow have figured out reality.
That it's fact. Yeah.
All right. Let me try to find it. Do you know what station or network? Let's see. Secret Service.
Really? We missed it?
Holds news conference. Okay.
Well, we got to see this.
Of our federal jurisdiction. But anything in the soft perimeter is outside of our federal jurisdiction.
But why should former President Trump, his family, and the convention goers have confidence in the U.S. Secret Service to secure this site here over the next 4 days after his life was nearly taken yesterday in Pennsylvania?
So this event has been designated as a national special security event, which is the highest level of security for an event that can be designated by the government. So this is a whole of government approach. We've had an extensive planning process.
I hate people that don't just answer straightforward questions. They use these canned responses.
Plans for any and all aspects of security related to this event.
Have you had the resources you need?
Yes, we are fully prepared and have a comprehensive security plan in place, and we're ready to go.
KingFillip, CBS News. Why are you not expanding the perimeter?
So we're confident in the current plan that we have. It is based off of technical assessments, protective intelligence, and we are continuously monitoring information related to the event. So we're confident in the plans that we have, and we're moving forward with those plans.
And why are you not concerned that people can carry firearms within that soft perimeter?
So again, the Secret Service inner perimeter is our primary jurisdiction. So I would defer any questions related to outside of that zone to my partners here on the stage.
Yeah. So one of the things I've understood in regards to the inner perimeter, it's the largest inner perimeter that has been part of a convention, to my understanding. Maybe I have to get that clarified. And so that is one important point to be able to understand in regards to what that level of security about what the inner perimeter looks like. In regards to the ability to carry a firearm outside of the inner perimeter, again, our state law allows for the particular right to carry a firearm. We as a City cannot legislate out of that. And I don't know if our mayor wants to speak on that anymore in regards to that. And so for we, in regards to our law enforcement aspect, we have to operate within those guidelines. Unless it's something that is against state law, we have to respect Second Amendment right to carry your firearm, especially in regards to open carry or carrying concealed with your license. And so that is a, again, issue that we have to navigate. And I will say this, and I've said this many times, as that is your right, please exercise your right in a responsible manner. Please ensure that the behaviors that we would like to see for those with that responsibility aligns with that responsibility. The Market Police Department will not tolerate any particular behaviors outside of what is legally allowed in regards to that right.
Good for you.
Thank you, Chief. And just to reiterate what the Chief said, local ordinances in the state of Wisconsin do not supersede state law. Wisconsin is an open carry state, and therefore the city of Milwaukee and no other jurisdiction in this state can supersede.
It sounds like
state law.
about the convention.
Folks should be aware, though, that proactively before the
It is.
Yeah, I guess so.
started, we did take.
Oh, is this the conference they had? Is this the right one?
Yeah, this is what I saw. I just saw a bit of
our
it.
authority already at the municipal level to take that sort of security precaution that we were able to do. But in terms of banning weapons in the outer perimeter, that is not within our purview because of state law.
Dan Simmons with the New York Times for the Secret Service. If there have been any changes to the overall security plan, have there been changes to the protection plan for the former president, his family, and other elected officials?
So I'm the RNC coordinator, so I can only speak to the National Special Security event. The plans that we have in place will continue as is, and we're confident in those plans.
They could just sit her out there alone. I wouldn't want to mess with her. Super Karen.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Michael Hensel. I'm a special agent in charge of the FBI for the state of Wisconsin. For your first question, the men and women of the FBI in the state of Wisconsin who work in our 6 offices, along with the assistance of our 56 field offices across the United States, and our domestic and international federal partners, have worked over the last 18 months to take information in, intelligence in, evaluate that information, and then disseminate it to both our state and local partners to address any threats. Currently, there are no known articulated threats against the RNC or anyone visiting the RNC. That's important because we also need the help of the public. If they see something during this time or feel uncomfortable with something, please let us know. Let your local law enforcement agencies know, or the FBI. 1-800 call the FBI.
Do you feel uncomfortable?
Did you have a follow-up? Next question? Right back.
Hi, for the Secret Service. Just to be clear, did you or did you not make changes to the security plan based on the events of yesterday?
There have been no changes to our current operational security plans for this event.
Why not, given the fact that the former president was the assassination?
So again, this event is designated as a national special security event. So it is a 18-month process that involves all levels of government that are contributing to the operational security plans for this event. So we have an operational security plan that's built out for every area of responsibility related to any and all aspects of security related to this event.
Could have just done a panel.
Local and state officials on the stage, have you made any changes to your plans for this event, bringing in more officers, more intelligence gathering, and anything else that resulted from having this on the Secret Service?
I can just reiterate what I said before in terms of what the city of Milwaukee has done. Our council, in conjunction with me, passed and signed a local ordinance to make sure that there's more protection in the outer perimeter as it relates to officers from across the state of Wisconsin or elsewhere coming in to assist with public safety around this. I've deferred to Chief.
No change.
Sorry, so you said
I'm sorry?
What does that look like on the ground? If chief of police is saying there's no change, what does it look like on the ground if you're saying that more protection?
So the ordinance that I'm referring to that we had passed proactively at the local level, which is, by the way, the same ordinance, the same type of ordinance that we passed in preparation for the Democratic National Convention when it was to take place in Milwaukee in 2020 before becoming a mostly virtual event, is an ordinance that does not allow individuals to bring in into the outer perimeter hard items like cans, like bottles that are filled, other hard objects that can be used as projectile weapons and things like that.
Just want to follow up something else said up here. You said that there was no threats at the moment, there were no concerns, but I would imagine that was what the Secret Service and law enforcement thought yesterday as well. Are there changes to who you think or what you think the threat actors are, and are there any worries on campuses?
So as I said, there's no specific articulated threat to the RNC or any specific individual attending. As you'd expect, after the event yesterday, we've seen an uptick in social media chatter, people talking about what happened, and we, as the leads for all intelligence matters related to the RNC, the FBI, we evaluate all of that to make sure that if it trends into criminal activity or threat-based information, we evaluate that and again disseminate it out to our federal and state partners for action.
Can I just follow up on that? One more, so right there in the back.
Hi there, Safe Mayor with Fox in Milwaukee. We've heard from delegates, we've heard from visitors about a level of fear following what happened yesterday. Beyond the fact that you guys have planned for this for 18 months, what's your message to them about safety and security?
So I'll take that on. As we talk about these particular type of plans, especially in regards to what we've seen across the nation and what we're doing here, I don't know if we're comparing events in the same manner. What we've seen in regards to the past are, again, rallies or town halls. They don't receive the same level of support this event receives. And that's maybe hard to kind of wrap it around in regards to the type of resources being invested in this particular community. Again, we cannot talk about the operations of it, but as a leader in this community, I've seen the work. We work together, again, not only from the standpoint of the federal level, but again, my local partners, and seeing that type of investment in regards to what is being done. We are planning as much as we can plan in regards to what we know, and we're looking for what we don't know, but we are planned and actually ready with the resources. This is our community too. And looking at it from the standpoint of, I want to make sure that they understand we see you, we understand this is something of a concern, and we are ensuring that we're going to put the proper effort, the proper type of communication, which is why in this particular forum is why we're having it, to ensure that there is a communication from this collective group. We're working as hard as we can, around the clock, putting forth the effort that's necessary, not only for this RNC, but for our city. As the chief executive of our police department here, it's important that we are also understanding the concern in our city. So this is for those who are attending the RNC, but we are taking care of this city, period.
I love him.
Yeah, he was fun.
Have you been able to talk with Director Gino?
All right, bye, y'all. Good seeing y'all.
So the consensus is anybody fool enough to, try to kill him at the RNC thing is probably that would be my opinion. I'm like, yeah, that's
Was that the head chick that runs the Secret Service?
she
It
said
looked
she was
like
in
her.
charge of something. I don't know if she was the ultimate in charge one or not.
Hey, Freedom Grower, welcome. Okay, so now the truth comes out. Your issue is with this boogeyman of capitalism you have in your head, not even with the actual specific event of the pandemic or any other particular. It's a general antipathy toward capitalism, and that's a opinion or belief. That's not something you could prove or not prove. You just don't like capitalism. That's valid. That's your preference. Your like. But it's not anything I can argue or not argue about. I can't debunk your distaste for capitalism. I can debunk an argument, though.
To argue that any system could possess an empathetic understanding would be a stretch to me.
I wonder if, because this is it's to me it's category error, and I think in the modern world, a lot of times when people say systems, I take it as to me systems are individuals. They're a collection of individuals working within certain roles in relation to each other. But they personify the system itself, the structure. And for me, it's very easy for me to keep those two categories separate. Like
Yeah,
I know what an
things.
individual and a human is, and I know what a system as a structure is. And I make statements about, some people make statements about systems that I would make about the humans within those systems. Because things like psychosis, empathy, understanding, narcissism, those happen in the human level, within the human, the individual level. That's not a systemic trait or a structural trait.
I sometimes use the word institution when I'm talking about the system as the structure to differentiate it.
Yeah, that works for me too. Anything to distinguish it from the human side of it. And so people that have problems with the systems or the structure of capitalism, I can never tell if it's the people. I don't know. The way they describe the system sounds like it's people they have a problem with.
Yeah, at best, I think institutions can, at a certain size or complexity, there's sort of an emergent self-interest that can almost happen, but that's about the only human-like trait that they really possess. Like to ascribe other human-like traits to them is.
Oh, that the system, like the collection of individuals themselves, can take on this like organic.
Yeah,
synergism between them.
Yeah, once the sort of construct reaches a certain state, it does seem to possess sort of a self-interest. It mechanically operates in its own self-interest.
Is that just
it's almost it's an inertia thing, probably. I think it's related to inertia, but it does functionally or practically sort of seem to behave that way.
And even the individuals within the system couldn't affect it. It's like beyond the point of any one individual to affect it.
I would say beyond the point of any one individual. Yeah, like it's not, and it's one of those. It's a subtle thing. It's just sort of like if you're not aware of it, it can influence things towards its. It will kind of drag things towards its own self-interest if you're not directly counteracting it sometimes.
Not laws. This is my preference too, but we can't go back. We've already scaled beyond the practicability of a boss knowing every worker's name. So we have to come up with new organizational structures to address that reality.
And large scale, I mean, nobody's come up with a ideal system or a highly unflawed system. There's just sort of.
I was reading the other day about the Greek polis, and we were living at one scale, like the small settlement scale, and eventually enough of those settlements came together to form the polis or the city-state, and then because of that, like the existing organizational structure just did not work anymore. They had to come up with a completely new structure to organize that amount of people, and democracy was one of those structures that came up with when it got to a bigger scale that the communal couldn't sustain. And so I think maybe we're kind of like at the edge of democracy now, and we're stretching that, and there's another scale beyond that that's going to force us to figure out some other organizational system. And it could be in limited settings now, like corporations and large institutions and stuff. But I think at each scale, the organizational needs change. And so you have to come up with new ways of organizing different scales of humans.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sure there are, and these have value. I love that people are trying different things, but the majority, just because this is happening, doesn't make the existing things evil or bad or wrong. Just because there's better ways of doing it that people are piloting and pioneering.
Well, I think like monopolies make capitalism bad. Capitalism itself isn't bad, but when you start getting monopolies, to me that starts making the thing bad.
Again, it's the human qualities with the applied to system that's confusing me. But other than empathetic, I think capitalism, there is an organic element to it. It can be forward thinking, depending on the individuals using it. The individuals using it could also be rational. Capitalism, to me, is adaptable. It adapts all the time. So I think the existing system we have meets a lot of what you're wanting in a system. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Sorry about that. Well, where y'all at? Y'all want to call it a night?
That's fine.
I'm all right with that.
Let me see if anybody else is streaming that I could send you to.
I have no idea.
You know that Aaron guy, Aaron Sound, is reading the Constitution. Traveling Fools is doing live trivia. Andrew Wilson is debating Thought Girls, the whatever podcast. And Sitch and Adam are talking about America.
iFi just went live.
Oh, did he? Why didn't it show up on my list? Let's see.
Well, my phone said it did. I won't guarantee it's true.
Oh, it did. It just... It was a peaceful, like, forest scene with sunlight and stuff, and I didn't associate that with I Find a Million Years, so I went right past it. Shiva's on.
Alrighty, well, I'm going to dip off. I got to get my son ready for bed.
Alrighty. And I'm going to drop iFi's link.
All right, thanks for having me.
All right,
later,
Chuck.
Later, Chuck.
We'll see you later. All right.
All right, I will dip out too. Go finish my coffee.
Okay, it was great. Fun. Thanks again. I might go head over to iFi's. All right, we'll see you
I
soon.
think I've seen that channel, so I'll go look.
Yeah, iFi he's an interesting cat. All right.
Later, Mrs. Flo.
Yes, take care, Mrs. Flo. Thanks for stopping by. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell everyone to subscribe and tell their friends and all that. So do all that if you want to. It really doesn't matter. Philip, thanks for hanging out. It was a lot of fun, as always. And I'll try to be here tomorrow. We'll see. All right. Take care, everyone.